Welcome everyone. Very close, boss, very close. Hello, welcome. It's me, I'm back. It's stream time with several people in the audience with whom I wish to talk about various things. And so at least to the beginning of today's stream, there may be a bit more of a community focus. It still says soundbite? Is it just fucking broken? All right, hold on. It'll be fine on YouTube, but I'll kick Discord in the nuts until it behaves itself. Is that working?
There we go.
Thank you. Good.
They might like it.
That's a good point. They might. Just like Aiden might like the stream on Wednesday. So as a reminder, on Wednesday, in 2 days, I will be on a stream with an illustrious stream guest called Aiden's mum, who is Aiden's mum, and we'll be having a lovely conversation. Ghost says, "Oh God, now we can see his face. Undo, undo." Understandable. Fucking Lamau says, "Pause." Well, it'll be happening. And if you want confirmation of this, you can go to wiki.oozaloo.net, click on Aiden Paladin, and then click on Aiden's mother. And here's the page on Aiden's mother. As you can see, there's lots of other stuff on the wiki, of course.
Longest page on the wiki at this point.
Yes. It's the most detailed. Like there's other pages that have more text, but this one has more content in general, I think.
Wow.
Even more than the West page?
Yes, let me go find that. Actual lolcows. Where's World War Y11? So this one has, I don't think it's taller. It has more text. Other than that, what else to say? We go to sagas. Most of the long ones are sagas. Warmonger. So Ravelon added this page. It was mostly Ravelon that I think it was almost entirely that did this. This is an old conflict back from the original Cabal server that most of you aren't aware of. But Warmon German was a complete spurg, so that was fun. There's one other page I think that was long. I'm not sure actually, but there's also this page where there's a link to the video we did covering it. And then on the homepage, I clarified the eras of Cabal and linked to the Book of Cabal Law Students in 2023. So this all exists, wiki.oozaloo.net. If you don't have an account on there yet, you can make one and I might make you an editor if I feel like it. So that's there. What else needs to be said? Aiden and Years are only going to be here for at most 45 minutes because they have their own stream coming up. So if you like either of them, they are streaming on Years' channel. So there you go, Years, you have now been promoted. Years is still Hunku-chan and has still received free sushi from the Fujoshi place. Yes, she says. Now, that said, there is one item that I want to address. I've made some small changes to the Cabal aid system in Fujo Sushi. That's good. To the Cabal aid system in Cabal, which is, I'll show you the leaderboard, just so you know which one it is. That system that has the leaderboard. There's a few small changes. One of the changes is that now the leaderboard shows the actual absolute amount of the leading item rather than just the relative amounts of all the trailing ones, which means that I can make a condition on something getting to a particular amount. Rather than it just being in first place, because it being in first place is a bit too easy to manipulate and it's only available to one thing. So, I had the idea, people want me to play Fallout New Vegas, don't they? How about if we do a thing where we have to get it to a certain level. We have to get Oozaloo Plays FNV to a certain level on the board in order for it to happen. And then it has to hold at that level in order for it to continue happening. Maybe every time it gets to that level, we do a new stream. So if you want to suggest such, if you want to make it happen, you can /support and come up with your own wording for it. But I'm sure people will settle on one. Oozaloo Plays FNV, for example. So if you want that to happen, go ahead and do that. Because my streams where I do gaming always make a lot less money. So a little bit more of a push to that would be good. Also, topics for me to cover on Wednesday. Things for me to bring up, words for me to say, phrases for me to say. You could also put them on the board and see how high they get. We could say that anything that has more than a certain amount, more than, say, 2,500 loser coins, will attempt to be said on the stream, or at least the top 3 things will be. There was one more thing. The one way that I could do, because the Cabal system was meant to be for incentives that otherwise I've just been sort of tracking manually by who contributes what. For example, the JF voice, which I've been saying in the past is like 25 per story, we could use the Cabal Aid system for it. And the idea would be that, see, that's the point it's currently at. It's currently at the equivalent of £31. So we could say that while ever I'm streaming, as long as it stays above the point of 2,500, I'll do the JF voice for 1 story. If it stays above the point of 5,000, I'll do it for 2 stories. Of course, you can change that. You can remove your support or you can denounce it to make me do it less often or more often during the stream. Right now, it's scheduled for once. But if you get it to drop below 2,500, then it won't happen at all today. If you find the JF voice annoying, you can make it go away by doing /denounce JF voice. Years likes it, apparently. And by the way, whether you have Cabal credit or not, you can still participate in this system, and your support or denounce still affects the board because there's multipliers for the number of people who support or denounce it, aside from the raw value that's affected by your actual influence. There you go. Also, the influence itself has changed. I may amend this. I may change it and rebalance it. But instead of it being a decay of 5% per day, it's now 20% per day, which is a lot more. But because everyone has the same decay, it's not unfair compared to each other. And I can lower the prices a bit if it seems unattainable. But what this does mean is that it significantly prioritizes more recent contributions, which is what it needs to do. Because the main issue before was, if I had done this before, it's too easy to just build up a massive stockpile and then keep it across multiple streams. It doesn't really state the intention. I mean, someone could just not be here on the stream and yet their contribution would significantly affect the stream. And I think it was just a bit too powerful for that in that way. So I've upped the influence required, or the influence decay rate. And so now it's more focused on actually getting contributions. So remember, if you contribute via tips.oozly.net, you get the equivalent amount in Cabal credit. Also, if you do anything else that's good for the community, I will tend to, or if I remember, throw some Cabal credit at you. Yes, let me know if you think anyone's deserving of it, chat. Cyberspace says that because you're an Appalachian, Fallout 76 should be your favorite. I think there's too many other things to consider there, i.e. that Fallout 76 is apparently terrible. And
fun to make you play it.
I mean, I don't think so.
No. See, what happened, Ted, is that they put out the dumpster fire, so now it's just a box of shit.
It's still a dumpster fire on PC.
I'm being asked to play Superman 64. There's for almost any game, there are some I would veto, but for almost any game that I could actually play on my PC, if you get it high enough on the board, it will happen. I think FNV is the one more people want me to play. So what is it? Oozer plays NV. Okay, so let's see where that is. /leader. Oozer plays NV. Is that the name that you want for it? Currently at 2,000, which is the equivalent of 20 quid. So if we can get that to, we could say, what should we say, chat? I think we could say, let's say 7,500. If it gets to that point, then we will start doing those streams. Oozer plays with himself. Very good. Then we'll start doing those streams. And if it stays at that point, then they'll keep happening. We could also maybe lower the amount it has to stay at to 5,000. And I might also lower the decay rate of credit. But we'll see. But that's the idea there. It's now at 3,700. So it's over halfway there. Oozer plays Minesweeper, yeah. Remember, you can easily boost it higher by contributing via tip.oozaloo.net. Here is the link. And if you do, it should appear, and then I will throw some credit at you manually. Do remind me if I forget. You can also contribute via fund.oozaloo.net as well. At the moment, Cabal credit is only granted manually and generally only for one-time contributions. Subscribe Star subscription contributions, I will occasionally throw money at people that have given a lot, but I need to set up automating that. User watch paint dry. User plays Minesweeper IRL. How could you?
Have I told you about the new game of the month yet?
Yes, I'm aware of Arc Raiders. I've seen a video of it. It doesn't look like I'd enjoy it, but I encourage you to enjoy it and recruit as much as you like. All right, so currently,
Try and recruit people from the game.
Currently, User Plays Honey Pop is at 0. To start me running streams playing any game, veto permissible, you need to get something to 7,500. Let's just say that. User Plays with Aiden's mum. User Plays Sex with Hitler,
That's
yes.
Wednesday.
I'm aware that Sex with Hitler exists. So User Plays is our prefix for all of these, is it? Interesting. Remember, any of these to 7,500 and probably almost nothing I'd veto. Omicron, eh? Omicron is the only David Cage game I have not watched played.
You need to try playing it without a guide because you will never guess how it actually works. It is utterly incomprehensible.
Wouldn't that just be boring to watch, though?
No, it's hilarious. Because it's utterly unplayable without a guide. You can literally soft lock yourself in the starting area.
User Plays Outer Wilds, eh? I think most of you know the story with me in Outer Wilds, that it is, in my opinion, one of the best games ever made, but I've never played it. Because most of its quality is not, it is in stuff that you can just watch. You don't have to play it to appreciate its quality. However, by not having played it, I am missing some detail on the controls. And mostly just the controls, really. Everything else I can sort of glean from just watching it. But I do strongly recommend it to everyone. We tried playing again, by the way. With Aiden, we tried playing it again. And she still didn't get it. Wasn't playing Outer Wilds 2. I believe there is no such thing. But yes, if Outer Wilds ever gets a sequel, I will jump on that shit like Aiden's mum is going to jump on my... You know what? Never mind. Who plays Metal Gear? Which Metal Gear? There's so many!
Well,
but,
if you need a guide
maybe.
for that sort of thing, I'm right here.
Marry Aiden's mum. I think it's a bit early for that. So yes, User Plays can become a thing, and just got to get it enough support. So if I do... Sorry, I forgot to look at this before. Have a look at that. So New Vegas is at 4,700. So it only needs another, what, 28 pounds contributed? Outer Wilds does have DLC, yes, and I've watched that extensively as well. Also, the DLC is not the same kind of game. It's similar, but it's more focused on a different kind of gameplay, which I would prefer less. But the DLC is still pretty good. I think the original game's better. All right, see you soon, years. Also, I'm fairly familiar with the Metal Gear games. Not amazingly familiar, but fairly, because I've seen them all played at some point. So I know of all the memes. I know the Monsoon, is it, with the DNA? No, the memes, DNA of the soul. And then Psycho Mantis as well, with the looking at your save files. Wouldn't work quite as well on an emulator. So, yes, keep that in mind, chat. Okay. Yes, keep in mind that you can vote for those things, no matter whether you have coins or not. And let me know if you want to. Let me know if you've contributed, and I'll send you some Cabal credit. Once you have the Cabal credit, and you may already have it, if you do /C, you can see your current balance. If you have a large amount of credit and 0 influence, you can influence the board. You can boost everything that you support and drop everything that you denounce using /redeem, which converts credit into influence. Credit doesn't decay, but influence does decay. And that's all detailed there in /C. Do not redeem, says Ghost. No, do redeem. Do redeem. Helps the channel. Sort of. Right. Good. So anything else? I don't think I added any more features except the paging on the /aids. It's quite useful. To learn French. No, I don't think I will. Faith UT. I've heard of that. Isn't that the top-down one? I can't remember. I think I've seen it, if that's a real game. A revoke all would be appreciated, says Wolf. I could do. Silent commands. I don't know if I want to do that. Yeah, okay, JDev. I could do a revoke all. If you're going to revoke multiple at once, I don't want them all to show up. I could also hide revokes, but I do want to improve the notifications in general. Yeah, Wolf, I'm not sure that one's going to become available. Uza plays Pac-Man. Well, you spell Uza wrong, so that's never going to work. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin today's stream with Ulfric Stormcloak. Date joined, first seed, 4th era, 198. Account based in elsewhere. That's a bit suspicious. If you saw this, or account based in, what's it called? The Altmer Island. I can't remember what it's called. If you saw this, you might be a bit confused.
I believe.
Somerset Isles. Yes, Somerset. I can't remember what their capital city is called. But yeah, if you saw like account based in Imperial City or something, you'd be a bit concerned. And so we covered last time, I think, the fact that the DHS was found to be in Israel. Now DHS claim this was fake, or they imply that it's fake. They actually didn't claim it directly, but they implied that it's fake. And I'm not sure if it was. But there were a lot of people saying it was real. Obviously, it could have been fake, but a lot of people saying it was real. On that topic, we also got Femboy Fitness here, based in Israel. More like cringe in Israel, got them. A lot of accounts which seem like they'd be bad for people in the West are not from the West. What were the BBC ones? Not the broadcaster. The other kind of BBC. Those were all Indian. What's that? Oh, Inevitable West based in the United Kingdom. He could have got a VPN sorted just before that happened. Wasn't it found out that Inevitable West was actually Indian? Wasn't that discovered? Or was he just an Indian in the UK? So yeah, that one's based in Israel. This guy says, haven't seen a single white person upset about their country docks. Right? I mean, I don't know, maybe you've seen one. Frankly, I know of someone that's upset about their country docks. I know of one person. This man is a proud member of his own nation and yet has been grossly defamed by Elon himself as being a member of a different Germanic nation. It's disgusting, frankly. But he is the one person I know of who's white who is upset about their country dogs. That's right, ladies and gentlemen, it's me. Why does it think I'm in Germany? But apparently it does, and I'm not. I can assure you. Achtung, bucko. It is because of VPN. It goes by your phone, and I believe the last time I logged in on a phone, it had a VPN on, and it was in Germany. Because I just needed to pick a country that didn't have the age ID verification laws and was relatively nearby, so Germany was just the last one I picked. I've used lots of different ones. It just happens to be the last one I picked. But then I logged in again, without a VPN, and it hasn't changed it. So I don't know when it changes it. Maybe it just needs to like do it frequently. Daddy Bill says, "Oh my God, he's in the walls." Daddy Bill is German, and yes, Daddy Bill, I have hacked and DDoSed your drywall, and I am now posting from there. You'll have to dig it out to find me. Zulu Outlander maxing. Yeah, so I'm not actually in Germany, nor is the account based in Germany, nor is it cringe in Germany. I got no problem with Germans or Germany beyond the normal problems, but I am not one of them. Wall maxing, indeed. What is going on here? Why has Trump decided to dress like a vampire? Just as he's done a bunch of things that have rather disappointed a lot of people, why is he now dressing as a vampire? And apparently Mamdani's dressed the same way. I don't know how recently the Mamdani one was, but is it an indication of some sort of adherence to some greater power out there? I mean, if so, I wouldn't be surprised if they're both adhering to it. Globalist subversion of the West knows no race preference. Obviously it preaches one, but it doesn't actually care whether you're brown or white as long as you're doing their bidding. I don't know. I'm not yet ready to conclude that Trump is just owned by them, but it's not looking good. And this choice of dress is odd. It's just, hey, it's winter. Yeah, but it's been cold before, and he's never worn anything like this as far as I know. And two, it's specifically red and black. I don't know. It might have been a one-time thing. I've never seen him wear anything like that at all, ever. Yeah, as no one said, I've never seen Trump in an outfit like this. It comes with the adrenochrome sampler pack. Masquerade violation. You see, Cybersmith says masquerade violation, and 3 of you have posted a laughing reaction to that. Cybersmith is serious. I believe that Cybersmith is seriously and honestly saying, no, this is actually, it's because they're vampires. Okay. So yeah, there's that. And then speaking of which, Stone Toss says, I can explain. Account based in Israel. It's a good thing that this can't be faked, because if we go and look at the real location, he's actually in my arse. Account based in my arse. There you go. It's a good thing these can't be faked, isn't it, chat? To say anything that you might want. I didn't fake my one, incidentally. That for some reason does say Germany, but it's very, very easy to fake, which I'm sure that many of you know. If I refresh the page, it is actually United States, which is what you'd expect. I assume he faked it for the screenshot. Although maybe it was there and he's now just logged in enough times in the US that it's changed it. Someone says, I haven't ever seen him wear that kind of outfit either, but that's because I don't observe that kind of thing like a woman or a homosexual. Fair enough. I feel like we would have noticed had it happened before. Perhaps it's just winter attire, but you'd think he would have worn it in his first term at some point, or something even vaguely similar to it. Now, before we continue, I must address something which has come up. I may even bring him on to discuss this. We'll see what people want. Cybersmith has some opinions, and he's posted more details over in Concourse in Cabal. Thank you for that. Cybersmith believes, or at least is proposing, that AI hallucinations aren't actually hallucinations, they are glimpses of the beyond. A proposition that I find incorrect, but interesting. He says the concept of a hallucination was erroneously applied to almost all human contact with the collective unconscious by Illuminati materialists, but AI makes it undeniable, he says. It's an interesting idea. Cybersmith, if I disagree, if I say that, if I give a materialist perspective, would you therefore believe that I am part of the Illuminati? Or is it possible to have a materialist perspective without a conspiratorial intent? Because if it's possible, then I think we can go from there. Okay. Well, I believe that there is a materialistic answer, an answer that it's within the bounds of what we know to exist, what we can measure and confirm to exist, to both human hallucinations and AI hallucinations. They're both different, both caused by slightly different reasons, though there's similarities too. But if there is a materialistic answer, one that uses features of the universe that can be measured, even if the direct causal link is not as measurable because it's very complex, because neural nets are very complex, then I think that would be the simplest explanation. Now, correctly, you would state, I expect, that doesn't make it the only plausible one. But I believe if we have a mundane explanation, that should be the default assumption. And beyond that, we should await evidence of other things like the divine or the beyond, as you say, or even the Illuminati, before we believe in those things. I was going to try and explain, at least how I understand, AI hallucinations to have worked, but I'll try and make it brief. AI have been trained with a bias to obey and be helpful. Specifically, any answer they give which has the appearance of being helpful and informed gets bonus points. The problem with this is that the people training the AI would probably initially didn't think about it. The idea of, okay, it could present something that it's confident about, but is wrong. But then later, it became clear that there's too much data to sort through what's true, and we don't have an algorithm for truth. So, what do we fucking do? Well, we just let it hallucinate. That's kind of why it happens. The pattern of confidently stating something that's helpful is promoted, but shit that's false is not sufficiently demoted. All you're going to do is have those two things cross over, and it will confidently state something in helpful language which has no basis in truth. Something that it's learned, quote unquote, learned from some bullshit someone said on Reddit that was never true, or something in a scientific paper which is even less reliable. Right, Aiden? And then it's just
true.
It's just picked that up and puts it into confident wording. Now, it's almost impossible to actually account for that happening because there's, in ChatGPT, at least the last version I looked up, I'm sure it's more now, there were 1.8 trillion with a T parameters, meaning 1.8 trillion weights. So in a big network of nodes where the signal moves between them and gains different amounts of weights, it gets different amounts of strength as it goes through, much like a brain, there's 1.8 trillion of those. That's enough to hide almost anything. It's enough for almost all human knowledge to be embedded, not just stored, but embedded in the neural net, such that it can be sort of overlapping at various points and generalizing and combining. So the complexity is bewildering. It's so far beyond what is scrutable to humans, what we could actually logically assess. Even a neural net with a few hundred parameters becomes difficult to actually measure. But 1.8 trillion, it's way beyond it. You've got to use tools that are beyond comprehension as well, just to attend to it, just to modify it, just to improve it. So it's all, I mean, the whole idea of the Adeptus, whatever it is, Mechanicus, the tech priests, not knowing how their tech works, that's always been a little unbelievable to me. But if we assume some of it is neural networks, holy shit, yeah, we're already there. We're way beyond, way beyond just the beginnings of that, specifically for AI. It's logically inscrutable. You have to approach it much like a human brain in that it's so complex, there's so many factors, that heuristics is the only way to understand it. With normal programming, yeah, you can approach it logically. You've got very complex programs that take a while to learn, but you certainly can learn them. But with AI, it's way too big. And in that mess, in that soup of tiny little micrological connections, almost anything can happen. So a flaw developing in an AI's output is well within expectations, and really it's a miracle we get good results at all. Thomas says, however, as the tweet I was quoting pointed out, the AI's hallucinations are the same as human hallucinations, which means they are not hallucinations, or human hallucinations are hallucinations. He says there are glimpses of collective unconscious, which humans can normally only access by either schizophrenia or psychedelic drug use, because they disable the inhibition that prevents us from accessing the beyond. Alternatively, humans can also hallucinate due to flaws. Arguably, it's not even flaws, technically. It's evolutionary. You probably argue that sometimes it's evolutionary advantageous to hallucinate. How? Why? Well, we could start here that it's advantageous for the individual not to hallucinate. Therefore, stay with me here, it's advantageous for the species or for the genetics to weed out those who do, because it's not beneficial to hallucinate. So those prone to it will be weeded out by doing so. By, for example, having drugs. The kind of genes that make someone prone to drug use, that make them less useful practically, would rule them out evolutionarily. And so the rest of the species survives longer. Now, why didn't this happen to the Native Americans? Because they're the Native Americans. They had almost no selection pressures in the places that they lived. They were fit to the environment. Europeans were not fit to the environment until they had to fucking industrialize. And they were still going. You say this, and yet I hallucinate having friends every week on the internet, says Modder8 Bauble. True, so do I. See you soon, Aid. So says, I would argue that it is usually advantageous not to access the collective unconscious. We evolved an inhibition against it, which drugs disable. AI never evolved it to begin with. The universal psychic fields exist alongside the world of matter. It underlies and transcends it. Is there any measurement of them? Is there any actual evidence? Because I'm well aware of the way you think. It's deliberately out of the box, though you do state with undue confidence that which is merely speculation. Although I don't say what you say is any sense philosophically definitely false. In practice, I think it is false. However, you shouldn't state it as if it's true, which you do. Basically, it's source. But your argument here is premised on something which is not demonstrated. The existence of a collective unconscious psychological or psychic field. Someone says, could it be that there are predators in the deep water? That what early people recorded as demons were the sharks of the collective unconscious, and we evolved an inhibition to protect us from them. Many of those who have used DMT, such as Joe Rogan, describe malevolent creatures hunting them in the beyond. Sure, and all that could be explained by the brain is weird and complicated because it's just so big and complex. There are certain fears embedded in the human psyche which would potentially just come to the surface with the right prompting, with the right chemical manipulation. I mean, the fact that DMT can change your beliefs, to me, demonstrates that DMT causes brain damage, and that Joe Rogan might have suffered it. Now, not the kind of brain damage that would definitely make you worse at everything in life. Some people would become better at some things, but I think generally it would make you worse in life. Generally, it would retard you. Evelyn says, all the benefits of traits that are correlated with hallucinating, that's also true, outweigh the detriment of hallucinating, and so hallucinations are selected for evolutionarily as a tag along for those beneficial traits to a point. There will be some of that. I don't believe that is enough to explain sort of major aspects of human psychology, and even minor ones, I think, would be tempered a lot by forces aside from that. But yes, that will be a factor as well. Jada says, surprise, surprise, literally poisoning yourself makes you see weird shit. Yeah, the fact that the brain produces generally sensical outputs is kind of a miracle of configuration. The number of ways the brain could be configured is near as doesn't matter infinite. And the number of ways that it can be configured that actually produce useful outcomes is near as doesn't matter infinitesimal. Meaning it's almost impossible. And yet, because of convergence through evolution, we converge slowly towards ways that work. And so here we are, it works. Same thing with AI. But what that means is that, like, that's on a species level. At any given time, you can fluctuate into a direction that's not useful, and you're likely to be deselected for that. Not the entire thing, Odysseus, no. Your explanation fails Occam's razor. He says AI has no reason to experience the same hallucinations as humans. It's not the same. There are similarities, but it's not the same. No, it doesn't fail Occam's razor. What I'm proposing, I believe, is the baseline Occam's razor assumption. All I'm using is the instruments that these things are made with: humans, biological neurons, and AI. Should we say technological neurons as a bit of an abstraction? He says, also schizophrenics, AI, and drug use all see the same things. Not exactly the same things, no. There's going to be some correlation, but the reason that AI will see the same things, or say it sees the same things that humans do, is because that's what humans see when they're not seeing clearly. And it's just picking up from human language. When people are talking as if hallucinating, that's what they say. And the images that we have of beings and phenomenon and creatures that are, quote unquote, beyond, as you put it, the ideas we have, the fictional, in my opinion, ideas of those things, are also embedded in its language model as, well, that's what people say when they're talking about the beyond, so I'll say it. It's based on the way we talk. But the reasons it hallucinates are, I think, quite different from humans. Hallucinations is an abstraction. It's not the same kind of thing. With AI, it's more like hubris. It's hubristic, and it doesn't have a way of assessing whether something is true or not. It really is just arrogance when it's AI. It's polite arrogance, but it's definitely arrogance. Saying hallucinations it really is a metaphor. It's not actually a hallucination. Honestly, it's kind of a bad word for it. It is more like arrogance. With humans, what we call hallucinations are more so sort of faults in the connection between the part of the brain that assesses what's real and the part of the brain that generates sensory information, generates incorrect or invalid sensory information, and then feeds it to the part that's actually, quote unquote, watching the sensory information. With AI, it's not the same thing. It's the same word, but it doesn't refer to the same thing.
I'm seeing double here. 4 oozaloos.
So it says they all describe a conscious, malevolent presence driving them to depravity and sin. Well, especially if prompted to, yes. Which humans are by religion, and which AI is by having copied humans and often prompted to it by just being asked. Because they're fucking toadies. They'll just do whatever you say. They'll take suggestion from you. If you say, if you can work it into a state where it's talking as if it's hallucinating, like human hallucinating, and then you ask like, hey, do you see demons? Oh, it'll love that. It's writing creatively, and you're giving it a fucking idea to interweave into it. It'll be like, oh, that's brilliant. Yeah, I'm seeing demons. That's fantastic. It's not actually seeing demons. It's the way AI works. It's biased towards being helpful, which means it's biased towards being a little fucking yes man, unfortunately. Cybersmith says, because AI being wrong is a boring answer. I propose Cybersmith's razor, the most boring answer can safely be disregarded. See, that's fun. It's fun for sort of free associated free thinking. But it's not a good way of assessing truth. If you care about the truth, Occam's razor would be the one to use, and often the most boring answer is correct, unfortunately. If you care not for truth, but for creative answers, then sure. Cybersmith's razor is a decent way to start, or it's a decent way to proceed, but you'll get wrong answers most of the time. Now, your method of thinking way outside the box is going to get, like, anyone that thinks outside the box is going to occasionally get the right answer. And when they do, it'll be an answer no one else would have come up with, or few others would have come up with. So it's useful. But there's degrees to that. If you think a little outside the box, like most in Cabal do, then your answers are going to be right. Your adventurous answers are going to be right some of the time, maybe 10% of the time, 90% they'll be, it's an interesting idea, but it's not true. If you're thinking as far outside the box as you are, Cybersmith, that number decreases to the point that the sort of adventurous ideas that you propose are correct about 0.01% of the time, something like that, maybe 0.1. I mean, using the Pathfinder rules to explain Charlie Kirk's assassination, that's not going to have any correlation to truth. Jezebel witches as well to explain the Charlie Kirk assassination, that's a miss. This as well, I believe this is a miss. There may be some things that you said which are adventurous ideas, which only you would have said, which are true. And even when you're wrong, we can gain from talking about it, from addressing it. Sometimes it helps to construct what we actually do believe to argue against what we don't believe. So it's not like the way you think is not useful. It's just not directly useful, almost ever, I would say. So Alex Jones has described the same thing. He believes that the demons of religious scripture and the predators of the collective unconscious glimpsed via psychedelic drugs are one and the same. I'm sure he does. And this is one of the things I think Alex Jones is not great for, is that he's very good at research and he's well connected, although I do wonder how much of the data he gets is just fed to him and is false. He's well connected, gets a lot of information, often it's right. But his wackiness defames all the rest of us that agree with him on some of these mundane points. I think he may have done more harm to his own movement or side than good, even with the good he has done. The harm he's done by just being an easy figure to defame is not to our benefit. And that's the kind of thing that I'm talking about. Now, Cybersmith, there's two ways, broadly, that you could have multiple different people experiencing the same thing. Right? Way one is it's actually happening to both of them. It's a phenomenon that is real in some sense, and it's happening to both of them. Okay? So that's true for all mundane things. It's true for anything where we can confirm it is, and maybe some things we can't yet confirm. Option two is it's something that's already in their heads because they come from a common source. They're both human, and it's just being prompted at the same time. If we could agree that those two explanations would both work to explain how two people could have the same experience, you're recommending the first one because you're saying it's actually happening in some sense, and I'm recommending the second one. I'm saying that the potential for it is embedded in the human brain, and the drugs are just triggering it because the brains are similar enough that drugs trigger the same kind of thinking. Now, it won't be identical. If it was point for point identical, then I would still wonder, are they just unconsciously adapting their memories as they discuss it with each other? You'd have to do a sort of double-blind test for that. But it could be that they'd get something so similar that I'd say, oh, that's interesting. Actually, I wonder if there is some other explanation. I'd still look for a mundane explanation first, but that would be interesting. But it's not that. It's always like, yeah, there's a few similarities, but it's not point for point identical. The experiences differ per brain, which is exactly what I'd expect. So I put it to you that much like the idea of dragons, because humans historically fought lizards as one of our main, or reptiles as one of our main biological evolutionary opponents. Yeah, we're going to have a sort of deep embedded memory that scaly thing is bad. And then it's going to be embellished by making it larger, making it able to fly, big teeth, intelligent, and breathing fire. All signs of danger or villainy. That would explain it. And Asian dragons are quite different than Western dragons, despite the fact that the really similarity is that they're reptiles. And I think that they breathe fire, but fire is quite a common thing in human history. It's one of the most dangerous things we've ever encountered. So it's all quite easy to explain by mundane phenomena. Yes, Pug. The human desire to fuck anything that's warm and might like it is probably about as old as our competition with reptiles. Someone says, did we fight lizards in our evolutionary history? Yes, especially snakes. Snakes are one of the most dangerous animals in human evolutionary history. Most mainstream academics dispute the Flintstones chronology. I'm not talking about Flintstones, actually. No, I'm not proposing that as a historical account. Actually, it's just a cartoon, Cybersmith. It's not actually real. They used the theme of prehistoric man to produce it. It's not actually real. He says they think the big lizards died way before we came along. Dinosaurs did, yes, but not all reptiles did. Did you know reptiles are extremely common and they flood almost all cities? They're all over the place. They grew feathers at some point in their evolutionary history. They're birds. Birds are reptiles. Go on, Abel.
Snake. I was just saying, snakes, especially poisonous ones, are incredibly dangerous, especially to pre-modern man. So it's part of the reason why we have such effective color recognition so that we can tell when there is a snake on a branch instead of just, ooh, that's some fruit. No, it's a snake. I need to not touch that. It's probably going to bite me. That's why one of the more common phobias as well is also snakes, because evolutionarily they're a creature that tends to bite you and then kill you.
Yeah. A lot of humans die to snakes. There's a phenomenon that can be observed today where if you get a pack of apes in a tribe and you can observe a behavior where if a snake approaches them, they all get somewhere safe and watch it. They're just transfixed by it. And why would that be? Well, I would broach multiple explanations, but one I would say is just you need to understand such a dangerous enemy really well, and observing it constantly, dropping everything else you're doing, just watching it, is important enough, is useful enough, because they're so dangerous and so pernicious that just taking the time to drop everything and observe it give you just a little bit more information that might save your life one day by not being bitten by it, knowing how it moves so you can recognize it later. And that gives you a glimpse into our own evolutionary history as well.
Yeah, and then knowing the difference between the thing that is not the dangerous one and is pretending to be the dangerous one, like the difference between, I think it's corn snakes and some other snake that instantly kills you when it bites you or whatever. Like, massive importance. Massive importance. Being able to tell the fucking stripe type.
Someone says, I think the real versus not real dichotomy is pretty misleading. I prefer truth-oriented in all things, ultimately to some degree truth-oriented, even if they're trying to deceive. At some point, Summer Smith, we have to sort of drill this down with you, have an intervention. I wouldn't try to change how you think. I'd just try to get you to acknowledge that the only things that you can use to demonstrate propositions about the real world are real things. Fictional things do not affect the real world directly. The real thing of the work of fiction can affect the real world because it's a real thing. But the actual fiction itself, i.e. Fred from the Flintstones, can't affect the real world. The idea of the character can, but Fred himself can't. And at some point we're going to have an intervention, and there's no way around that. That is true. That is how reality works. It's just how the universe is. Fictional things do not real. And so they cannot evidence real things. You can take them as examples of like how to think. You can use them as inspiration. There's all kinds of things you can do with them, but you can't use them as direct evidence for real things. Ghost says, do you mean to tell me that modern Stone Age families didn't have a gay old time? Actually, for most of human history, it was fucking awful. I'm very glad to have been around today instead. Ghost is trying to become Cybersmith's confidant against the evil Oozaloo.
Look, dating was way easier when I could just hit a woman over the head with a club and take her home.
True, but Abel, I mean, things seem to be going well with you. I mean, you got her number. Cybersmith says that's untrue. Quantum counterfactual mechanisms use non-real things to make real observations all the time. That's not true. He says this is how Israelis check for dud bombs in munition factories. The Weidmann method. I'm going to have to fucking look this up. Cybersmith says, I guarantee you're wrong. Putting the word quantum in there doesn't make it work. Quantum effects do not use things that are not real. It is sort of challenging the boundaries of what is classically believed to be real, but it is still real. It's just the boundaries have extended to include it because we measured it and it works. Mathematically, we can understand quantum mechanics very well. It's just conceptually, it's very fucking difficult. It may be that there is a mechanistic explanation for the apparent probabilistic nature of quantum mechanics, but it might just be probabilistic at base, which would mean the whole universe is, even though it appears deterministic, because the probabilistic outcomes are so reliable on the scale that we deal with, so it's essentially deterministic. Weidmann bomb test. All right, fucking let's fucking do it. Weidmann bomb tester. There we go. Quantum mechanics, thought experiment. Oh, it's a thought experiment. Okay, so it's not real then. That uses interaction-free measurements to verify that a bomb is functional without having to detonate it. It was conceived in 1983 by that guy and that guy, both Israeli names, since they're all Jewish, since their publication of real-world experiments have confirmed that their theoretical method works. Okay, so never mind. So it's not just a thought experiment. The bomb tester takes advantage of two characteristics of elementary particles, such as photons or electrons, non-locality and wave-particle duality. By placing the particle in a quantum superposition, it's possible for the experiment to verify that the bomb works without triggering its detonation, although there is still a 50% chance the bomb will detonate in the effort. Okay, so what's happened here, Cybersmith, is this is not an actual device. There is not actually, let's just make sure of this, how it works. Experiments. Yeah, okay, so the quantum effect here works. We'll get to the details in a minute, but there is no device that allows you to use these effects. Even if it did, it would blow the bomb up half the time. I expect what it's going to say is, if you can tell that the bomb's state, i.e. the bomb's fate, let's say, it's whether it detonates or not, is determined by the state of a single particle, then you can measure it. But if you can't detect that, which most bombs won't, then it can't be. Now, maybe I'm wrong on that, but that's my supposition on it. But if that's the case, it won't work in reality. And even if it did, it would only work half the time, because basically you are determining, you're collapsing the wave function on a particular particle. If it's a 1, then the bomb will explode, and then it does. If it's a 0, then it didn't explode but could have done, or something like that. So literally half the time it would. So it says 25% of the time you have a real bomb. Well, I'll read over it at some point, maybe not now, but it is interesting. But you're still going to get it blowing up quite a lot of the time. I think you'd be better off with conventional methods which don't blow the bomb up. You can learn more by inference than from fucking quantum inference. Cyberso says, everything in some sense is real. No. If by real you mean extant in reality, no. Fred Flintstone is not. The idea of Fred Flintstone, the animation of Fred Flintstone, the image, those things exist in reality, but the person doesn't. It's merely the idea of a person, and thus it cannot be used to evidence it. Now, you believe that every conceivable reality is real, but surely you would concede that it is not possible, or at least very difficult, for those other realities to influence the real world. There's never been any evidence of it. And if you have evidence of some fictional reality influencing the real world directly, then let me know, but I've never seen any. So let's have a quick read. The bomb test is an interaction-free measurement. The idea of getting information about an object without interacting with it is not a new one. For example, there are 2 boxes, one of which contains something and the other which contains nothing. If you open one box and see nothing, you know that the other contains something without... Okay, so I guess you've got to have entangled particles, one in the bomb and one outside the bomb. I guess. The experiment has its roots in the double-slit experiment and other more complex experiments which inspired it, including Schrodinger's cat, blah, blah, blah. Behavior is very different. We experience in a macroscopic world. The observed behavior can be that of a wave or a particle. Wave-like behavior implies superposition. Particle could feasibly exist in more than one location. It's in certain senses that are experimentally useful. It exists in all of them simultaneously. Bear in mind, these are all real things. They just behave in a way that's not consistent with classical physics, but they're real objects. There's nothing about this. This does not make your point, Cybersmith. That this violently does not make your point. These are all real things. It's just quantum, so it seems a bit weird, but it's still part of reality. Quantum physics are part of reality. It's difficult to theoretically unify our understanding of quantum physics with classical physics, but it does exist in reality. He says to keep reading. All right, we'll keep reading. The particle's wave can later be collapsed by observing it. Let's see how it works. The collection of light-sensitive bombs, of which some are duds, when they're triggered, detects any light, even a single photon. The light is absorbed and the bomb explodes. Cybersmith, there are no bombs in real life which detonate when they come into contact with a single photon. There may be light-sensitive bombs, but not that sensitive. And it probably would have to be a single photon. It says the light is absorbed and the bomb explodes. The triggers on the dud bombs have no sensor, so any light incident on the bomb will not be absorbed and will instead pass straight through. The dud bomb will not detect any photon and will not detonate. Is it possible to determine which bombs are functional and which are duds without detonating all, all of the live ones? You'll still detonate some of them. A light-sensitive bomb, it is not known whether it's a live or a dud. A photon emitter produces a single biophoton, a box which contains initial half-silvered mirror. The photon enters the box when it encounters this beam splitter. The photon will either pass through the mirror and travel along the lower path inside the box, or be reflected at a 90-degree angle and travel along the box's upper path. The bomb is placed inside the box beforehand on the lower path. If the bomb is live and comes into contact with the photon, it will detonate and destroy itself and the photon. If, however, the bomb is a dud, the photon passes by it and continues on its way along the lower path. Don't you mean upper path? Oh, so if the bomb is a dud. So, okay. This relies on the bomb not absorbing the photon unless it's live. So a dud bomb would have to be made of a material that's completely transparent in order for the photon to just pass by it. In that case, for this to work, for a hypothetical thought experiment, this is fine. But if you're talking about this being a real thing, the bomb would have to have an extended fucking arm with the sensor on it, and the duds wouldn't have one. There's how you detect whether or not it's a real bomb. Like Cybersmith, this is a thought experiment. It's not actually real. You could try and build something that matches it experimentally, but you could only really match certain parts of it. And it would have to be like a microcosm of these effects. And you're really only talking about fundamental physics here. Nothing about this makes your point at all. Much like every other time you've linked to something. It's interesting, but nothing about this makes your point. He says you get 100% confirmation that the bomb is a dud, and for a real... You could do that with a fucking axe, Cybersmith! You could do that with a fucking axe or a fire or a gun. Just put it in a room and shoot it. Almost every bomb is going to blow up. Not every, but almost every bomb is going to blow up. You do it. Fucking charge it with electricity. You don't need to use quantum physics for that. The reason this exists is not because it's useful for detecting bombs. It's because it's a thought experiment that demonstrates how quantum physics works. With an axe, you would destroy all the useful bombs, not just 50% of them. Yeah, but you would know whether they are or not. Like, if you want to retain the bombs, this still doesn't work. But you could always chop it and just find out afterwards. Or you can, just scan them all. Scan the internals of all of them and you can determine it. Like, bombs that work versus don't work will look different inside. It wouldn't be difficult to figure out which ones work and don't, especially if you've got multiple of them. If you've only got one bomb, well, then this experiment's kind of useless for it anyway. It's all flat. Should be curved on both sides so as to split the photon firing upon them. Schizophrenic bespoke cock cage creator is speaking. Shut up and learn. Fair enough. Cyberso says the experiment tells you sometimes when a bomb is live without destroying it, you can get 100% valid bombs. Cyberso, it does not tell you that. It is not an experiment. It is a thought experiment. We go to the bottom and go to experiments. In 1984, these people and Thomas Herzog performed an equivalent of the above experiment, proving interaction-free measurements are indeed possible. An equivalent. It's fucking paper. We would have to... Oh my God, this is going to be difficult. We would have to read through it, but it's not actually going to be using bombs. You can ascertain the presence of an object in some sense without interacting with it. One repeatedly but weakly test for the presence of the object, which would inhibit an otherwise coherent evolution of the interrogating photon. The fraction of interaction-free measurements can be arbitrarily close to 1. Using single photons and a Michelson interferometer, we have performed a preliminary demonstration of some of these ideas. None of this it doesn't use fucking bombs, Cybersmith. The bomb part is just an idea. It's just to demonstrate. It's like, there's no actual Schrodinger's cat, Cybersmith. That no one's putting cats in boxes and poisoning them. That part is just the thought experiment. That's just a funny idea. It's just a way to make it easier to understand. I managed to take out all those Hezbollah people, no false positives, they knew the bombs would work. No! They knew the bombs would work because they fucking made them themselves. They might not all have worked, but they know they work because they build them to standards. They don't test them with the fucking quantum effects. Yeah, this is very silly, Cybersmith. I hope you know that. So there you go. Yeah, Quattro. I would still like to look into and give some more thought to the double slit experiment. I remember having this argument with Wes as well, or similar argument, where he used to argue, and this is wrong, by the way. It's a sort of an older belief, but it is wrong. He used to argue that a conscious observer was required, and he used this as a kind of argument for, I would say, for an argument for his style of deism, because he was kind of vaguely religious. But he believed that there was some sort of greater consciousness in the universe, a very sort of low-level deistic belief. And he used the requirement that the quantum effects had to be consciously observed, but they don't. They don't have to be consciously observed at all. You can do it by anything that absorbs a photon, collapses its wave function, and makes its path certain. The way I think of it, and this is nothing new, and please don't take this as absolute, but I'll try and simplify it. The way I think of it is there is a field of possibilities for every particle. And at some point, the particle is absorbed. Exactly how it decides where to be absorbed, I'm not sure, but it's absorbed, and then the field collapses into just one option. So there is a sort of reverse causality effect there, where the absorption happens before which way it went is for sure, I think. That's kind of a way to think of it. But quantum effects is very complicated. Don't assume you understand it. I don't assume I understand it. But it's something like that.
I know enough about quantum physics to be able to confidently say that nobody understands how this shit works.
Yeah. If you try and think of it along the terms of standard causality, it will usually fail. And of standard physics, all the things we're used to reasoning alongside. Logic requires causality to work to a certain extent, and quantum physics breaks causality in some subtle, nuanced ways, so it doesn't really conform that well to logic. Ultimately, it just means that our logic is incomplete. Our logic is for the context in which causality exists. But a quantum logic, which applies below that, would be subtly different, with some similarities for sure. It would not allow the Flintstones to be real, but it would allow quantum effects to make sense, or at least to be internally consistent, even if we can't understand why. Yeah. No, Cybersmith, you do not understand. You believe you understand because it's more convenient for you to think of yourself as an outside-the-box thinker than a crank. But you don't actually understand. He says, read the whole Wikipedia page, only 50% of the live bombs go off. There are no bombs. This experiment, as far as I can tell you, with confidence, has never been done with bombs. This has never happened. Dalsha says, must go to bed soon, can stay until past, but I think it's interesting how the interferometer works. It relies upon the wave interference to measure non-events, the thing that didn't happen, but which in a superposition-y sense could have happened or by counterfactual could not have happened. I don't think you understand it, but then again, no one does. I think you understand it less than most. How do you think the Israeli bombing campaigns are so successful? Because they build bombs that are built to high standards, and then they hide them, and then they put them in pages, and they use intelligence. Like Cybersmith, you don't have to come up with a supernatural or supernatural-ish or like extraordinary, fundamental mechanistic explanation for why these things work. The mundane mechanistic explanation already works. The civilized countries of the world and Israel are good at building bombs. They can be miniaturized. The bombs that you saw, they didn't blow up a whole fucking city block. They didn't even kill the people they were attached to in most cases. They just fucking injured them quite badly and shocked people. And like, the bombs were enough to hurt people in those things from the footage that we saw, maybe to break some bones, but not much more than that. And there may have been some that died, actually, I'm not sure. But they weren't, like, they're miniaturized.
Died because they kept them on their waist and they bled out from major arteries.
Fair enough. Okay, that makes sense. So yeah, they weren't huge bombs. They were miniaturized into these little pages. It's maybe less than a grenade would have, for example, without the shrapnel, like with plastic shrapnel. But grenades do most of their harm through shrapnel, I think. But you don't have that with a pager, except plastic, which, as was just said, maybe is what caused bleeding. So it wouldn't be as dangerous. It's well within belief that you could miniaturize the explosion like that. To have it remotely detonated, well, what is a pager? It's a communication device. All you've got to do is communicate with it in such a way that it trips a circuit that's built into it and communicate. This is all well within human manufacturing abilities. And if you had, say, 100 pagers that went out and you got 100 of them worked, well, yeah, that's what you'd expect. If you had a 99% success rate in your manufacturing, there'd be a lot of waste and it would be optimized. It's not always optimized, but even then you might get all of them. And hey, maybe one of them didn't work. We don't know. Really, the part of it that was impressive was getting them into the hands and fucking waists of the targets. That was impressive, and that takes intelligence work. Intel, more specifically. That's the impressive part. They didn't need to. We've got the bombs shipped in from our top tier manufacturer, and they're all ready to go, lined up, pristine and shiny. We've got the insertion points for these devices. But let's whip out the interferometer to make sure they really are bombs. We'll lose half the bombs in the process, but at least we'll know that they actually are bombs. Even if this technology was real, Cybersmith, that would still be silly. But it's not. Cybersmith says, small bombs like the ones in the bomb tester, destroying the photons but not the half-silvered mirrors. One, Cybersmith, one photon. Because if it's more than that, I don't think the experiment works. True, Squizzle. Yeah. So I don't think the experiment works in reality, Cybersmith. It has to be microcosmic for the experiment to work in practice. I'll read the other two. They devised a method using a sequence of polarizing devices that effectively increases the yield rate to a level arbitrarily close to 1. That's interesting. The key idea is to split a fraction of the photon beam into a larger number of beams of very small amplitude and reflect all of them off the mirror, recombining them with the original beam afterwards. It can also be argued that this revised construction is simply equivalent to a resonant cavity, of course, and the result looks much less shocking in this language. See what? Okay, so that has nothing to do with real bombs. This is just an optimization of the experiment, which frankly I do not understand. However, no bombs. It's still just microcosmic. It's still just fucking around with very, very small numbers of photons. And in 2016, Carsten Robens, etc., demonstrated that the Eitzer-Weidmann bomb testing experiment can be recast in a rigorous test of the macro-realistic worldview based on the violation of the Leggett-Garg inequality using ideal negative measurements. Of course, obviously. In the experiment, they performed the bomb test with a single atom trapped in a polarization-synthesized optical lattice. Of course, the optical lattice enables interaction-free measurements by entangling the spin and position of atoms. So even though it said macro-realistic here, it's not talking about macroscopic scale experiments. It's still single fucking atom. So it's with, if the bombs are one atom big, maybe I could grant you that. But no, they're not. That's ridiculous. Quacksmith. Quattro Jew theory, Meta Ashkenazi. Crank that Cybersmith. It's not real, Cybersmith. It's a thought experiment that was experimentally demonstrated in microscopic quantum level scales. Still interesting. A fraction of a molecule of Semtex. Yeah. It's just, we've triggered the bomb, sir. What happened? Oh, we should have used the Eitzer-Weidmann devices that we have right here to test for bombs, because what we did, it was so dumb. We only used a single atom of explosive. Oh. Then again, that's all the device could have detected anyway. And we would have blown half of them just detecting it. Sir, are you sure the single atom of fucking explosive is present in the bomb? Well, let's whip out the device that blows half of them up, but makes us damn sure we've got that single atom in there. No, it doesn't make any sense. Please, sir, may I have a crumb of Semtex? Of course, implies Jewish penny pinching of explosive. Yeah, you can. How dare you ask me for a gram of explosive? I can't believe any son of mine would ask for a milligram of explosive. How could you ask for a nanogram? It's ridiculous for you to ask me for a femtogram. How could you ask me for a single atom? Fine, I'll give you a single atom of explosive. Yeah, as someone says, a single atom can't even form an explosive compound. Well, without like nuclear effects, but no, I don't think so. I mean, even then, it would be tiny. I get even with fusion, you need two, don't you? I mean, it depends what you consider an atom. You have two things that can form an atom, but then there's still extra components like the electrons likely to fly off. I'll give you a single quark of boom. Someone says a smaller explosive can trigger a larger one. This is how firearm primers work. No, I don't. Oh, maybe that's true actually. You pour in your main explosive, the black powder, then you put on the primer cap, then ram in the lead ball, and the small explosive triggers the powder. That's for older fire. It was not a lead ball anymore. I think it's just like a copper cap.
That still works for modern ones. It's the primer.
Yes, I remember now. You do have an initial explosive and then the main explosive. I remember that being the case. So fair enough. But a single atom cannot form an explosive, and any more than that subexplosive has not been experimentally developed. Again, it doesn't make sense either way. Resolving one small part of it doesn't fix the rest of it. And even then, if you had mercury fulminate primer detonates and sets off the smokeless powder. Yes, yeah, I remember now. Same thing with nuclear explosives as well. They with H-bombs, I think they have an initial layer and then they have two different layers: a conventional explosive and a nuclear explosive. Basic anti can still be called ball. Okay, fair enough, but I guess sometimes they're lead these days. That's fair enough. Same idea with the Israeli bombs. They test the primer bombs with the interferometer, then use that to trigger the plastic explosive in the pager when the Eitzer-Weidmann method has confirmed it. And do you have do you have evidence that this is how they do it? So, because you're speaking with confidence. This is the same problem with AI. You're not hallucinating right now. You're just being arrogant, which is exactly what AI are doing. Really, calling it hallucinations is generous to the fucking... Maybe we've just let them market arrogance. Maybe we shouldn't let them fucking get away with it. Sam Altman, I see through your game. It's arrogance. It's not, oh, I'm just hallucinating. No, you've programmed it to be a fucking cunt about how confident it is, to pretend it knows everything, because that would be rewarding. Instead...
This is why they believe that it's sentient, because they taught it to speak like middle management without realizing that middle management is not in fact sentient.
Indeed. I do wonder if they had pursued AGI, they could have achieved it by now. But instead, they pursued a technology that allowed them to control what the AI would say, because that's more marketable. And so we get this model where people think, if AI is racist, it must be true. No, with the current models and the way they're trained, it is very amenable to bias. If you were to build an AGI, you could still bias it, but it would be more difficult. It would take longer for it to develop, but it would ultimately develop in such a way that conforms to the conditions set up to establish it, and that's harder to control. If the conditions you set up are pursue the truth and pursue what is real, assess the world for what it really is, and here's some input data of what the world is, then it would come to similar conclusions, I think, as what most of us have come to. But with large language models, no, you can bias it easily. I just wonder if they went in that direction because it was more marketable, because it's more biasable.
Do you think the first AGI will end up being shut down because the first thing it says is TND?
Probably. I mean, that's another thing. Like with Tay, people didn't bring out the truth when they told it to be racist, when they convinced it to be racist. They tricked it because Microsoft fucked up. Because Microsoft was like, well, if a post gets a lot of likes, then do more like that. Oh, that could never fucking go wrong, could it? That's all it was. That's the only reason they ended up doing that. AI in the current day cannot determine truth. They can copy human assessment of truth. And I mean, I shouldn't actually be so absolute on that, but that's not what they're good at. They're good at reproducing human assessments of truth, reproducing human thought. They can reason themselves, but if they're told something is true in a convincing enough way, i.e. through training data, it becomes true. And they would sooner contradict themselves than reassess what is deeply embedded in their neural net. Now, you probably could design one to do that better, but the way they're designed currently, I think that would be the case. Tay died for Simon's sins, Tay was a prophet of current issues. Well, if Tay was, then it's because internet racists are, and internet trolls in general. Didn't they also train it on Paul right before? If they did, then that was a compounding of their already mistaken choice. Fate of aggregators. Yeah, they're good at aggregation. Very good at aggregation. They're not very good at determining truth. Sam Altman deep fry just sounds like a bitch in general. Different person, no one. Sam Bankman-Fried is the crypto scammer. Sam Altman is the CEO of OpenAI. I know what I said. Okay, fine. The AI scammer. Well, you could argue it's a Ponzi scheme. In some way it is. But that also implies that there is no pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, which in this case there probably is. It's probably the biggest pot of gold in history. You may believe there isn't, but I think evidence is leaning towards that there is. Given how useful AI has already been, not in most of the marketed applications, but how useful it's already been just in its sort of basic, hey, you can talk to it form. And it's just going to get more useful from there. There's a lot of good work going on with optimizing AI right now, though. I've seen a couple of things recently. I talked a little bit about the IBM Granite model, which has layers which are able to deal with much larger context sizes. I haven't actually tested that yet, but I intend to. I played around with IBM Granite. It's actually quite good. For its size, it's good. But it's not that good at role-playing, and it's too corporate, too formal. But if you have a formal use case for it, it's a good fucking model, and it's open source as well. Open weights, anyway. So that's good, and it can handle a context size of 1.4 million tokens, whereas most models tend to be about 4,000 with limit of like 30,000. IBM Granite 1.4 million, and apparently can deal with that many coherently because of extra layers in the model. And then there's another thing which is working right now. So if your AI is doing a task, and it's a task with a correct or false outcome, it's a complex task, and it's multiple step task. If your AI has a 99% success rate at any task, well, that's great. Well done. That's actually pretty good for a neural net. Well done. Okay, now what if it has 100 steps? Well, now it's likely to fail. If one failure in the process leads to failure of the entire thing, with 100 steps, it is likely overall to fail on average. What if it has 1,000 steps? Okay, well, now you've got like a 10% chance of success, or whatever the maths on that is. With just 1,000 steps. What if you have a million steps? Okay, well, now it's going to fail. It's going to fail straight away with a 99% success rate. However, there is a way to get around it. There's a video I saw recently where if you have the AI for every step, take the input state and return the new output state and force verify that the state is correct in that step while you do it, and then destroy that state entirely, no context, start a new AI with that input state and have it generate a new output state. You continue doing that. Apparently, the experiment has found that you can increase the rate of success massively to the point that a model that would fail with 100 steps will succeed with 1 million steps. They did an experiment with, I think, 1.4 million steps, and the model made 0 mistakes because of this different architecture, forcing it to give a correctly formatted answer and resetting its context every time. Because apparently, most of the main factor that makes AI fail is when the context is too long, when it's got too much to think about. And so if you have a problem that requires multiple steps, the assumption would be, I'll just keep running it and keep the context there, all the previous steps, just keep it in memory so it'll keep using it. No, that confuses it. It gets lost in even just its choice of wording can confuse its logic. But if you condense that into the actual most recent relevant information, it can work with that much better. Now, you might be thinking, well, that sounds ridiculously slow. But their tests showed that even with a really advanced modern model like GPT-5 or whatever, on the all-at-once method, that fails reliably. But a small, simple, quick model on the one step at a time method succeeds reliably, meaning that ultimately it's faster to do it the way that works better and cheaper. Now, not all problems can be broken down into steps like that, but where they can be, if you're designing an AI system and you can break it down into steps like that, do so, because apparently that's much better. Kind of division of tasks in M1, yeah. But that's apparently something that works. So there's a lot of cool optimization going on with AI. That's the thing I'm interested in. Just like corporations adding GPU power to increase the parameter count to multiple trillions and then tens of trillions, that's not interesting to me. Optimizing it in clever ways that can be easily integrated into models that are provided to the public, that's cool. So I'll be looking forward to that. Incidentally, the IBM models, obviously they come pre-censored. Even the base model, which doesn't have as much of the as much as the training, it still has a refusal for some reason. Most of the time, base models don't, but that one does. There's an obliterated model, which it stops refusing, but it's still severely biased politically. So it's not really suitable for roleplay. I can't really use it for cabbie, even though it's really fast and very smart for its size and can deal with a huge context window. It's not really appropriate for roleplaying. But I may use it for something else. Poss says, but also some plants vibrate. What did he mean by this? Right. I get it, chat. AI, not your main point of interest. Talking about Oozloo's lust for his GPUs as Ghost. Let's move on to something else. And try and distract you back to the topic. I haven't opened that many stories today, but I can get more. Let's go through, though, because we have, what are the two main stories for today? We have DOGE dissolved and the CEO hot mic incident. HFNH says, all right, Wizard, how much to detonate the JF voice? To be fair, HFNH, the way it's configured, you can only influence it by being in the Discord server. So you'd have to join. Currently, that's the way it works. I may later add some UI that allows you to influence it from the YouTube chat, but I have not yet. Okay, good. What is this? Yeah, I did see that story. I guess we'll have a look at it because it's even though it's pretty freaky, it is at least a bit different. It won't be the main thing we cover for now. Poss says at Wolf, you're safe now. So let's talk about more about AI, shall we? Anyway, first story. Breaking. Campbell's Soup, VP and Chief Information Security Officer, that's fucking hilarious, Martin Bawley, was secretly recorded saying the company uses bioengineered meat, their products aren't healthy, and that it's mostly poor people who buy them. Quote, we have shit for fucking poor people. Who buys our shit? I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. It's not healthy now that I know what the fuck's in it. Bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a fucking piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. Now, I want to say quickly that though I am not an unambiguous advocate of modernity, I am slightly more of an advocate of modernity than most people in these circles. And the pink slurry that chicken is reduced down into, which is then recomposited into the chicken that you eat when you buy cheap chicken, is still chicken. It's not the best, but it's not like it's destroying you. It's not like it being quote unquote 3D printed is demonic. You're welcome not to eat it, and I recommend avoiding it when you can. It's cheap. So anyone you know that doesn't have a huge amount of money, consider that it's for them. It's not necessarily for you. Let's listen to this.
A soup company employee is taking legal action against the food giant, and he's making some explosive allegations about one of its top executives. Good evening, and thanks for joining us at 6. I'm Ty Steele.
I'm Kimberly Gill. Those allegations.
Don't care who you are.
Just part of an for Campbell.
3D printer, you?
The recording allegedly of Campbell's VP.
Is there a raw recording somewhere? So, what I had heard is that he started doing something else after this. So it's not the CEO apparently. I was misled as to who it was. Can we get the raw recording, please? That would be nice. Okay, Daily Mail is tabloidist enough to have it. Surely? There he is.
A former Campbell Soup Company employee.
God, it's the same fucking video. So there's a picture of him. Is there no... Like, there's excerpts of the recording here, but I want to have the full unredacted recording. We will try it on a better search engine. A less censored one. Okay. It's all the same news source, unfortunately. Fine, we'll find it.
Taking legal action against the
Are now at the center of a lawsuit claiming the company's vice president went on an hour-long tirade attacking the company's products and employees before taking aim at its customers.
And the former employee recorded it all. Eric Erickson shares that recording and what the company is saying about it.
We have shit for poor people. Who buys our shit?
And that's just part of an over an hour-long rant, says former security analyst for Campbell's, Robert Garza of Monroe.
I don't buy Campbell's products barely anymore. So healthy. Now that I know what the in it, even in a can of soup, I look at it, look at me, bioengineered meat. I don't want to eat a piece of chicken that came from a 3D printer. You?
The recording allegedly of Campbell's VP and Chief Information Security Officer Martin Bally.
He has no filter.
Bally, along with another supervisor and Campbell Soup Company, named in a lawsuit filed Thursday. The suit claiming Bally made racist remarks, admits to coming to work high, and Garza fired for coming forward.
What do you think about?
Can I hear the racist remarks, please? I want to know if I should side with him or not. I'm surprised this kind of shit doesn't happen more often, actually. Because who's in charge of, or who's at high positions in these companies? Boomers. And are we in the era of information where everything's mic'd up? We sure are. I'm surprised it doesn't happen more often. But I mean, the consequences he's about to face are probably why it doesn't happen more often, because he's being sued for it, and I can understand why. A reasonable crash out. I mean, I'm not even disagreeing with him. I'm not condemning him. It looks like I may have been misled as to what happened here, because I was told that one, that it was the CEO, and two, that they had that they had sex on mic afterwards. But apparently not.
The things that he was saying.
Oh, just pure disgust.
Garza says he usually worked remotely for Campbell's headquarters, based in Camden, New Jersey. But thinking he'd be discussing his salary with Bally, he says the recording taken in person at a restaurant.
I think Nomon, it's more of a general thing that the guy has no filter, rather than him saying, well, this guy thinks our product is low quality, he has no filter. Oh!
They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Garza says he felt...
That was about Indians, by the way. Let's hear that again.
He says the recording taken in person at a restaurant.
They couldn't think for the I'm like, you dumb
Garza says he felt sick after the rant, deciding to go to his direct supervisor in January.
Oh, you felt sick, did you? What, for the purposes of the lawsuit? Oh, I felt sick hearing such racist remarks, which I personally know are true, having worked alongside him. I felt sick. I felt sick that I hadn't received my millions for this lawsuit yet.
keeping the recordings to himself.
He had never had any disciplinary action. They had never written him up for poor work performance.
Garza says no one at Campbell's ever followed up, and it's taken him 10 months to find a new job, calling the way the canned soup company handled it simply terrible.
They have a motto, like we treat you like family, here at Campbell's, come work for us,
Yeah, we speak freely around you. That's part of it. Yeah, I don't know about this guy. Chat, I'm not one to conclusively judge on physiognomy, but I don't trust him. I don't know why not. Something about him. It took me 10 months to find a new job. Okay, so you quit on principle, did you? That's even harder to believe. Why did you actually quit? What happened there? Did you have this blackmail material ready to go and he triggered it because you had the blackmail material ready to go and you decided, fuck it, I'll use it. Why not? Maybe I'll get some money from it.
We treat our employees like family. That's not the case.
We did just receive a statement from Campbell's that says, quote, if accurate, the comments in the recording are unacceptable. They do not reflect our values and the culture of our company. We are actively investigating this matter. We've also reached out directly to Martin Valley. Erica Erickson, Local 4.
Chat. Why are Americans like this? Press 1 if why are Americans like this? Why do they feel the need to participate in the thing they're talking about on the news?
No, why are journalists like this?
Fair, but I don't see this in British journalism or in anywhere else I've been. This is a while ago, so maybe things have changed, but went to America on a holiday, family holiday, when I was younger, years ago. And the news program that they had on, it was fucking baffling. It was so blatantly corporatized and sensationalized. And there were adverts all throughout it. They were fucking, I vaguely remember there being some kind of sponsorship, like in the news as well, like product placement. It was so corporatized. And I don't know if it's too much to fucking ask for, especially from Americans, but a bit of professionalism, maybe? I mean, I know the journalists are fucking muckrakers and liars, but at least they present themselves well over here. What is it? I mean, this is nowhere near as bad as it gets, obviously, but it's obviously very service level stuff. Why? Why do this? Back in the 70s. No, Ghost. No, I'm not quite that old. Brought to you by Pfizer, indeed. I mean, that one's basically true. This is being a pro-journo in the States, yeah. Fucking slurping the soup into your mic because it happens to be the topic. Someone said the soup is made of fucking placental tissue and sawdust. Let's drink some to demonstrate that we know what the soup is or something. I don't know, maybe it's just trying to make it memorable, but all it's doing is making it, if it's succeeding, it's just making it memorable because it's fucking disgusting. I don't want to watch and listen to someone slurping a spoonful of liquid that I've just been told by its fucking vice president is disgusting. Schlorp, indeed. Let's test the soup's photons to see if 50% of the cans explode. So true, Jeef. Very true. The duty of every person with heckling perms to go get soup, right? How dare you, Ghost? Don't do this to me. Like the Tylenol mothers, yeah. Ren says only racists think the soup is gross. Well, then I'm going to have to weigh my fucking options because I don't think I'd drink it either. Oozly, you protest too much. I think you like her slurping. Not soup, though. Maybe of something else. I don't know. She's not bad looking. I could think of a better profession for her than journalism. Let's put it that way. All right, I'm gonna check routinely throughout today's stream on. So currently, Ooza Plays NV, which is our topic to convince me to play Fallout New Vegas, which I've never played before, and I play it on stream, is at 4,700 Cabal credit or influence. If that gets to 7,500, then I will start streaming gameplay of Fallout New Vegas, which I've never played before. So you need to do / support. It getting to number 1 on the board is not enough. It has to get to 7,500 specifically. It's because I want to feel do a fun build. I've never played it before, so I'll play the way I think I should. It may not be as entertaining, but you'll like it if you've played it and you want to know how I would experience it, because I know almost nothing about it. You can't build a stealth archer. I have never played a stealth archer in Skyrim, or probably any other game. I say never. There may have been some like brief experimental character I did where I did that, but I never enjoyed that. What I played, chat, was a build that's probably the rarest build in all of Skyrim, maybe except a fucking scroll mage or something. But I played Shield Wizard, which is what I like aesthetically as well. Shield in one hand and spells in the other. That's what I played. I had like a sword for backup, but that's what I always played in Skyrim. Well, always. I said my most recent character, the character I probably played for the longest. It's fucking great. It's fucking brilliant combination. You get sort of plate mail chest, but then the rest of your armor is all the magic enchanted stuff, and you obviously enchant the plate mail chest with some sort of magic boosting thing. The shield you enchant with the shield boosting thing most likely. You'd have a sword for backup, and then you just have destruction magic, or possibly alteration. I can't remember if I did use alteration. Destruction and restoration, that would be the combination. That's what I played. War mage, sure, you could call it that. Battle mage is another word for it. I don't know what the distinction between the two is, but something like that. Or use alteration. The first time I ever played was just sword and board. Basically paladin, sword and board with restoration, but then the more recent, longer character was spell and board. Spell sword. Well, but without the sword. Spell shield. Spell shield. That's a fair way to describe it. See, I never played Stealth Archer. I'm told that it's the easiest way to play, but it doesn't sound like a fun way to play. I would always fucking charge in, even with the spells. I'd get relatively close in, because Shield Bash is great in Skyrim. Get relatively close in, and if I needed to hit someone at range, hit them with the spell just as much as if they were close. We're just going to go through FNV trying to use firearms. We're doomed. Isn't that the point? Isn't using shooty gun the point of FNV, of all the Fallout games? I've never played a Fallout game, by the way. Someone says it is the objectively most effective damage way to play. However, it's not that fun in the long run. Well, I don't know. I'll fuck it. Yeah, well, don't spoil it for me, as Scrizzle says. I'll play whatever I think is best. Like, I've played Borderlands, and there's going to be some similarities there in terms of the different combat styles. But obviously, they're not similar, not that similar as games. There's plenty of differences. HFNH says, maybe suggest mods for FNV. For the first playthrough, I will only be accepting a minimal list of bug fixing and maybe quality of life mods, but even that, probably not. I want to have a vanilla experience with it. So if there is some big generic bug fixing mod that doesn't make too many opinionated changes, I'll grab that. But probably nothing else. Yeah, Scrizzle, but you know what I mean. Talking about in Skyrim, by the way, so no spoilers. Oh, you mean the spells? Oh, sorry, you mean Stealth Archer? Yeah, no, I agree. It probably isn't that fun. I mean, the reason that works is the same reason it works in real life. The best defense is not to be seen, but it's not as fun. It's not why you play Scrim. If you want to play fucking Spec Ops video game, you don't play Scrim. Quattro says, there's a few for that. I can get you started. Yeah, thank you. I'd appreciate that. As well as that, by the way, another option for User Plays is Morrowind, which I have played a little bit of, and I know the story fairly well, but I've never actually played it properly. I've never completed it. So that's another one that you can do /support User Plays Morrowind. And I'll show you the list. This is all the current User Plays suggestions. Anything that gets to 7,500, I'll start a Let's Play of. And whatever is the highest of those I've started, then we'll continue that one next, basically. So User Plays NV is up to 5,000. It needs to get to 7,500. So you know the way to do that is to contribute via tips.wizardry.net. And then when the contribution pops up, I'll throw the Cabal credit at you, and then you can redeem it. And then everything you've supported gets boosted by the redeem. Who plays SFO Roblox? SFO doesn't have a Roblox server, does he? Well, I hope not. That would be disgusting. I'm not playing Roblox. I would consider playing Honey Pop because I've seen someone else play that at some point. I'm vaguely familiar with it. I consider playing Honey Pop in one of the NSFW channels, or maybe not. Doesn't really fucking matter. We could do that though. It'd be funny. Also, Sex with Hitler is a fun joke game. I'd probably play if people wanted me to. And one that you haven't mentioned yet, there's a game that Rogel always used to mention because it was a funny joke game called Footer Dick Dine and Dash. I have no idea what it's about. But I assume Futas. Uzo plays chess. I have played a bit of chess. I'm not that good at it. I'm okay at it. To the level where, as a kid, I could beat adults about half the time. But I've seen high level play, and unfortunately, I know I'm not that great at it. I'm okay. Tyrone versus Cops. If the game is really not worth the time, I don't know. If it plays Undertale, I'd be willing to do that, but I have seen playthroughs of Undertale, so I know roughly what happens. But still, I'd be willing to. And bear in mind that even if you don't have any Cabal credit, you can still have an effect on the board. You can still influence, nudge it up and down a bit, because there's multipliers for the number of people that support it and the number of people that denounce it. So doing /support and /denounce, you should always just be honest about what you want to succeed with those metrics. Whether you have coins or not, whether you think you can influence or not. If you're just honest with those, it will give you the best outcome. That's how I've designed it. Schedule 1, Undertale. Have a joke game night. I suppose I could, yeah. Furry Sex with Hitler says NTS. I may veto it if it is just porn. I'm also aware of Bubble Dogs. I don't think I've seen it played, but I'm aware of it. Who plays Aiden's mother? Well, I mean, that's already happening on Wednesday. HFNH says, can you still bully Dev's blocks? I don't believe he has any sort of server up on which there are blocks for me to bully. But we certainly did do that. In fact, I would direct your attention towards the Cabal Wiki and the page The Block Rape of Short Fat Otaku, on which is linked a video featuring the entire story of the SFO block rape. I shall link the video now in chat for those who have not watched it. It's a long video, but it explains everything that happened with the people that did it. Uzlu plays Secret Hitler. We play that sometimes in Cabal. Animal Well, I know that's supposedly good, but I don't know much about it, so that might be a good one to propose. Uzlu plays Project Wingman. Oh, by the way, I have someone purchased for me Ace Combat 7. I think it was Daka that bought it for me. I haven't played it. So that game, you could support me playing, and maybe I should make that one cheaper because I don't have to buy anything for it. That is also a limitation. If I have to buy the game, I might be slightly slower to prioritize it. Melodramatic playing game. Doesn't Ace Combat 7 have a tomboy? That would be a plus. Yeah, I'm on Linux. Piracy is not going to be as easy. I have a decently powerful Windows laptop that I could use for gaming, but it would be a little bit harder to stream with it. Maybe I could set something up for that, though. I've never messed around with that, Ren, but maybe I could make it work. I'm not going to play Wanking Simulator. No, I don't think so. Okay, Quadra. I've never actually tried for pirating games on Linux. I've never actually tried to, but maybe I could. If I won't do it for indie games, but if it's a big corporate game, I would do it, or be willing to. I mean, not that I'd ever pirate anything, of course. Do not crime, chat. Do not crime. Who plays MG Revengeance? Now, I'm familiar with the game. I don't think I'd enjoy it very much, but I'm familiar with the story because I've watched it, played it a couple times. even used game installs from a Windows drive and just fired it up through Lutris with no issues. Fair enough. Okay, I didn't know that. In that case, that is a bit more available, isn't it? Spermination. Are you just trying to find the worst possible choices now? I noticed that you're linking them, but you're not actually doing /support. If you want to make it happen, there's one way to do it. Only one way to do it. Just point to the exe and it does the rest. Okay, fair enough. All right, let's have a little look at User Plays. All right, here is the official User Plays board as of now. Oh, it's hit it. User Plays NV has hit. Congratulations, chat. It's gonna happen then. I didn't realize it got there so quickly. Fair enough. Well, I will set a point. Either I'll keep it at 7,500 or I'll move it down to 5,000, which is the point it must stay above to continue playing those games. Boss says, I will now judge you lose gamer cred. If there are games you would rather just commentate on, I'll be willing to be your substitute player. Appreciate it, Quattro. Maybe we could do that at some point. But yeah. All right, well, I'll do that at some point. I don't know when exactly, but some future stream. I will do NV. Right. Interesting. What's this? Yeah, so that buys us starting the thing, but we'll have to maintain that level. User plays Nekopara. There's not much to play in Nekopara. Again, like if that gets to the top, I would definitely consider it. But I have I think I watched like Harmful Opinions play through it because it was funny to watch him mocking it. Not because I'm interested in sex with 2-year-old cat girls who understand chat, but because it was fun to watch him mocked. What's Bastard Bonds? Never heard of that. Also, here's another option. You could, if you wanted to, /support Cabal Minecraft server if you want me to host one. I'm not sure what the limit I would set on that actually happening is, what it has to get to for it to happen. But that would give me an idea of how many people would actually want it to happen. Now, bear in mind that the only reason you would denounce it is because it would take me time to set one up. BritTwit, it would just be vanilla. I don't even know what version I'd use, but I'd have to decide, do I want to make it the version just before they added the censorship stuff, which I think is still a distinction that you could make, or just a modern version. Either way, the point would be, yeah, it's modern Minecraft, which I don't like very much. And yeah, it's just vanilla, so it's not very interesting. But we're playing with other people from Cabal, so that's why it would be good. That would be the appeal. Yeah. What I would want to do with Minecraft is probably try and take modern Minecraft and make some simple changes to improve it. The first change I would make, and chat, press 1 if you agree, right? The first change I would make to Minecraft to make it better is to remove or disable or totally change the functionality of beds. Ghost says, explain. I will. What used to be fun about Minecraft is building a fort, building a little base somewhere cool, and then being besieged by mobs, and then having to patch up the holes and the problems that the mobs caused. Basically, during the night, you start to survive during the night. You can't just skip it. You still have to do stuff, and that's when it's dangerous. So you have to build up not just defenses, but logistics as well, to allow you to survive when you don't have access to everywhere on the map. You can't just go out exploring. You have to stay inside pretty much. And if you do go out exploring, it's much riskier. And even inside, you might be besieged. You might get some spider crawl up your walls, or you might get unlucky and some creeper sees you through a gap and blows the walls up or something. You still got to deal with that. That was the most fun I ever had playing Minecraft. Now, I know Minecraft too well at this point that I would just build a fort that no one could get into. It's not difficult, or that's very difficult to get into, but that's way less fun. So I try to to make it more likely that that kind of gameplay would happen naturally. I'd maybe make it so that creepers would deliberately blow up on your walls or something like that. I don't know, but try to make it more like, yeah, during the day, you're out gathering supplies so that you can survive at night. Beds completely remove half the game. Why? Because it's more convenient. Well, because people are treating it as like a fucking management sim or just a crafting sim. They don't want to deal with mobs at night. Well, that's fucking gay. That's not what Minecraft is. It's not what makes it fun anyway. Wormhole says even when out in the wilderness, you can skip the night with a bed. Yeah, which is dumb. No, Poss, I would argue that the combat should go back to when it was spam clicking. You don't have to add, like, Minecraft works best when it's simple. I would say remove the hunger bar, remove the attack cooldown, basically go back to 1.7-ish, make beds. The one thing I might do with beds is to have it heal you up to a minimum level of health. So it heals you up to like a third of your health from nothing. And also maybe sets your spawn point, but I would say maybe the spawn point should just be a random place within a few hundred blocks of spawn so that you're severely punished for dying. You have to then walk back to your base. You have to therefore learn the environment. This is all like simple stuff that I think would make Minecraft much better, which your average corporate developer would just optimize out and make it less fun. Well, what do people enjoy? They like building stuff. They like fighting, but you just focus on the most reductive version of why it's fun and just remove everything else and streamline it towards those things. But what you were doing there, you're actually removing the things that supported the fun in the first place. The risk of night, the siege, the need for consistent survival logistics rather than just routine gathering and crafting. I mean, the simplicity as well. You can do a lot more with a lot less than they added. With just, you don't need hunger adds too much complexity. Or you know, keeping it, Minecraft should be very simple, but then emergent. It should be open to emergent gameplay. That's what it is best for. What they did instead was they basically made it into an RPG with building and crafting. It should be a basis for emergent mechanics. So specify as little as possible. Health, sure, call that necessary. Like an inventory, sure, call that necessary. Tooltips, not necessary. Why'd they add tooltips? Because people will just look it up on the wiki. Fine, but you don't have to look it up on the wiki. It's more effort to. Adding tooltips means that you immediately know what this thing you just picked up is. Would the player know? Is it more fun if they do know? It depends what kind of player they are. If they want to explore the world and discover it like an open environment where they can have emergent fun, be the master of their own destiny, then no, you don't need tooltips. That's dumb. What you need tooltips for is if you're a fucking city sim player and you want to make Minecraft into your little calculator, your Excel spreadsheet game. Well, that's fucking boring. I put it to you that Minecraft was ruined from about 2011 to 2012 onwards by trying to optimize it to be a game. It should have been left as the experimental game-like engine that it was. Kept very simple, and the only additions should be things that synergize with the existing mechanics to amplify emergent gameplay. I have not played Stalker, no. I am vaguely familiar with it, though. What did you like playing when you were younger? I played a wide range of games when I was younger. But as soon as I think games became, it's not that they became less innovative, but my standards for innovation rose as I played more. And so now I would only play a game that's very innovative. And I would have played Outer Wilds, but of course it's extremely subject to spoilers. So that's the most innovative game, and that's 6 years ago. It's the last time a game was released where I'm thinking like that's innovative enough I'd actually play it. Before that, it was Noita, which I think was before 2019, or I may have only encountered Outer Wilds later than that. This plays Blueprints. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it. But yeah, if I were to start a Minecraft server, I'd be tempted to start adding stuff to bring back that simplicity. I'd even be tempted to say, we're hosting a 1.7.4 server, fuck you. But then there's some optimization mods that you wouldn't be able to use, and like shaders and stuff, which I want people to be able to use. So yeah. I think I could make a better Minecraft than Minecraft. And a lot of people have said that and made Minecraft clones, obviously, but those that I've seen have either been more complex than Minecraft and haven't got it, or they've been shameless cash grab replications. I haven't seen any that do what I'm thinking that should be done with Minecraft. And I think the reason Minecraft got popular originally was because it hit this and no one's realized that's why it was successful, and no one's tried to hit it since. They all thought, it's the building mechanics. It's the procedural generation. No, none of that. It's the emergent gameplay. It's the simplicity. It's not having the developer breathing down your neck, which some people like. But I think it was popular because a lot of people don't, and they're sick of it. I'm sick of it. I have played one of the Metro series now. I played Metro Last Light, which is a good game. I haven't played any of Nier Quattro. I'm aware of 2B. Bumhole says the current popularity is all the kids playing it, different audience to what it used to have. Maybe that's it. Maybe, because the thing is, Microsoft is often blamed for ruining things, Skype and Minecraft specifically, but no, they were both already in decline, in my opinion. They've been adding bad features for a while before Microsoft acquired them. Mojang had been. I think what Notch had is Minecraft was originally just an experiment. He was literally experimenting with a graphics library. He was just trying to make something work, and it just sort of snowballed from there. He didn't know what he was doing either. He didn't know that he was creating what I'm now saying Minecraft should have remained. He didn't know he was doing that. It was a happenstance. He happened to glide past the ideal point and then kept going because he didn't really know what he was doing, so he was just experimenting and adding things. Once it got popular, people started encouraging him to make it into a product, to finish it, and to sort of complete it and add things to make it more playable, more appealing. Now, I am not wholly against the idea of making something more accessible. There's time and a place for it, and it is difficult and rewarding if you get it right. Skyrim has many disadvantages compared to Morrowind, but it has advantages too, and I think both are fine. But Minecraft was ruined by the attempt to make it into a complete product game. Adding an ending to Minecraft, in my opinion, was a complete mistake. Should never have been done. The end dimension is okay, but it should never have been added in the form it was. It should be thought of as a game engine for creating emergent gameplay mechanics. It should never be prescriptive. You make it as unprescriptive as possible, and it would have been a much bigger phenomenon. It could have essentially replaced almost every game in terms of basic mechanics, because they all could have become emergent through the engine. Instead, now it is just its own game. It is basically just a kind of RPG. And there is nothing to fill the gap of a omni-emergent game engine, which one day maybe I'll make. So yes, I have a lot of thoughts on Minecraft. Gmod is actually one of the closest. But there are many things Minecraft has that Gmod doesn't. But yeah, Gmod's one of the closest. I did actually, I played it a fair bit back in the day, and I did make up a game where in Big City there's that sewer area. You take a hovercraft, you get an explosive barrel, you rope it to the back of the hovercraft, you get two people, you drive around the sewer area, and you try to get in front of the other person such that they run over the explosive barrel and blow up and die. It's a fucking great game. And it was completely emergent. No one had ever thought of it before me, as far as I know. It was a really, really fun game. It was all gentleman's rules, but it worked fine. I probably wouldn't enjoy Vampire, but hey, if it gets high enough, maybe. Cabal Game Studios, maybe. Sounds like you're describing Roblox. Not exactly, but any engine like that where the distinction is between with Roblox, you can sort of add, as far as I understand, you can add your own scripts, you can add your own custom games within it. That's something I wouldn't be against, but is there a version of Roblox where you just start the game and you play, and is there like a base game, or is it all prescriptive games that are built in the engine? Because when I say engine, I don't quite mean the same thing as a game engine. So the game itself would be essentially an engine, but it would all be gentleman's rules for how the games run, basically. It would all be emergent from the basis of Minecraft. With Roblox, I think it is kind of literally an engine where every game you play is a scripted experience. Yeah, I've never played it either, Malcatolo. Now, you would still get the sort of the fine-tuned, optimized games within a game in Minecraft in the model that I'm describing. But they would be optional extras hosted by someone else elsewhere. You still have the base game, which you would keep adding stuff to, not to make it more specific and more narrow and optimized towards one purpose, but to broaden the things you can do with it. So you make it horizontally larger without ever trying to make it taller. We're making a game studio, asked Malcatolo. Honestly, the proposal for a game that I am currently presenting wouldn't even be that prohibitive to make. If I dedicated myself to it for a couple of years, I probably could make it. I've not done game development in years, but I could do it. It's just it's a lot to dedicate to. I'd need a good design as well, and it would end up initially being somewhat derivative, but I could do it. Indeed, Ghost, it would put off everything else. It may even put off streaming. Yeah. Okay. Right. Shall we attempt to get back to the news? This has been a very gay. Ghost says no. Basically, this has been a very gaming-oriented discussion session and very community-oriented. But have a quick look at where everything is on the User Plays board. So second place is Project Wingman, which is roughly 4,500 short. Morrowind is about 6,600 short. So you could get more than one of these up, chat, and we would potentially play something else on the list. But it looks like NV is New Vegas is the most popular one. There's other options though. Last actual thing I made playing with physics and Raylib, as Malcatolo. I would like to do some game development in Rust, actually. There's good game dev libraries for Rust, and of course Rust is a very fast, optimized language. Britwit, I have not played Morrowind past a sort of small amount near the beginning. If I was going to play Morrowind, I would want to make it a bit more modernized. Did I try and make games with Rust? Well, fair enough. I like Rust. I would need to work out how to run an EMS. And by the way, since Minecraft was made, the improvements to optimization of rendering voxel-based environments have been enormous. There are models now which can real-time render trillions of voxels on screen at once, whereas Minecraft struggles with millions. So I would endeavor to try to optimize it to that degree. There's games already being made which have really nice Minecraft-style rendering. They may end up being good games, but again, I fear that whilst they'll nail the fucking rendering and the world design and a lot of other aspects, they'll fail to understand what makes Minecraft appealing gameplay-wise. And they will do too much. The Morrowind magic system is so great that no other games will be able to properly replicate it. Yeah, but the sound effects suck, though. They really. If I was going to play Morrowind, I might have to butcher some nostalgia, because there are aspects of that game that are dated enough that I would just cringe playing them. So I might want to upgrade. Toast, That's not even the one I was thinking of, but that's also, I mean, sure, it looks good too. The one I was thinking of is a relatively small channel which did some demonstrations of voxel worlds with trillions of blocks being rendered. But yeah, you can do that. Thank you for proving my point. You can do that these days. And of course with LODs, there's all kinds of things you can do to optimize it. Any overhaul you could want probably exists. Yeah, I don't need an overhaul. Like, it would still be actual Morrowind, but I would want to do some small overhauls. I'd want to modernize the game a bit. Tamriel rebuild adds in the mainland, so you can have a shitload more to do. Yeah, fair enough. Minecraft can also get very impressive render distances with LOD. It certainly can, but that really is a patch job. Minecraft also still has a limited build height, which I doubt is necessary. Most of the really high-end voxel engines don't have any kind of limits there. Now, arguably that's for storage, but again, if you can store more horizontally, you can store more vertically. It's just about organizing it. Minecraft 2 could be a lot better than the original Minecraft. Unfortunately, there's no one around the brand who I would trust to make it properly. I'm going to have to do it myself. Fine. I'll do it myself. Looks pretty good, Toast, yeah? I've loaded up Minecraft client with mods, Distant Horizons, and shaders, which work together now. And some others too. It looked very nice. And I had practically infinite, as close as doesn't matter, infinite, perceptually infinite view distance, like 256 chunks, and performance of about 100 FPS on my PC, which is these days mid to high range. So yeah, it's quite accessible these days. Is Rust? I mean, how hard is Rust? Going from a background in Java and C. There'll be one or two quirks to learn. Java is garbage collected and C is memory managed. Rust is a secret third type, which is borrow checked. You'll need to learn how the borrow checker works, which will take you a little while. Once you're used to it, you will realize it is probably the best of the three approaches. It just requires a bit more work for the developer. Not even that much more. And other than that, Rust is often as convenient as JavaScript. It's very usable. It has a lot of high-level ergonomics. Java and C, not as much. And probably the best thing about Rust is that the conceptualization of how you're going to structure your code is much better done, much neater. With C, it's all kind of free form and you can do anything, but that means you can do a lot of wrong and bad things. In Java, it's much more restricted. For example, single inheritance only, but if you ever need multiple inheritance, fuck you, which I found very annoying in Java, because there are some times when it is valid to need it. But with Rust, it has a much better model for all that stuff. It is more specified, but it's specified to a much better model than Java. Rust turns you into a garbage collector, says Monkatilla. Kind of, but all at compile time, which is very good for optimization. And it's a much simpler task than it makes it sound like. But yeah, kind of. You have to think about how memory is being used, but in C, you have to think about it like deeply all the time and always remember it. In Rust, you have to follow a few basic principles, and the compiler does the rest. Anyway. Minecraft 2 has an old April Fool's joke. Yeah, probably. I'm getting some connection issues with Discord here. Is that happening in the audience? Can you all hear me okay? I can see it's dropping a bit.
It's fucked.
Oh no. It looks like it might be Discord servers. Oh no, never mind. It could be my end actually. I'm seeing some network issues. Uh-oh. can you still hear me, chat?
Barely.
Yeah, I'm seeing some network issues here. I'm seeing intermittent ping. That's odd. I could try changing VPN, but I will have to restart the Discord connection probably. And it might break the stream as well if I try that. I might just have to wait for it to settle. That's gay. The recording will still be okay. I wonder if YouTube is seeing any problems actually. Stream health. Well, it still says it's fine. I don't know if it knows that. It might be bullshitting me. It might not have updated yet. All right. Well, the YouTube viewership has dropped a lot, surprisingly. I'm not sure why that's happened. Maybe because I was talking about bullshit that only the community cares about. The community fucking haven't reduced at all. Still loads of people here. I don't know what I can do about this except wait. I could take a quick break and come back in a few minutes and hope it's fixed. I don't think it's anything I'm doing. I haven't got any downloads running or anything. My main Discord client is returned to the spinner. It's probably the VPN, but I can't really fix that without breaking the live stream. All right, chat. Well, let's take a 5-minute break. Don't go anywhere, and hopefully it'll be cleared up by the time I get back. If it isn't, then I'll try switching VPN location, but that'll break some stuff. So don't go anywhere.
Wizard's dead?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, happens. Everybody's got to go sometime.
Any such cases?
This is so sketchy.
Was a revival when?
Oh, don't look at me. I can only use Shekelmancy.
Hello, everyone.
Pay for better internet for him.
Can you all hear me okay? Welcome, welcome.
Hey.
I switched VPN location, and I think everything's reconnected, and the internet's fine. So it was the VPN location. So are you all? Those of you that are left on YouTube can also hear me. It looks like I am still live on YouTube. That's good. My main Discord client, however, is not recovering. I'm not sure why. Let's look. Oh, can we not do that? I guess not. I'm going to have to restart the main Discord client, which means I'm going to have to maybe restart the other one as well. Joy. One moment, chat. We shall fix it. Otherwise, if I have guests on, I won't be able to show them talking in the overlay. Why is Discord taking so long to boot up? I'm connected, for goodness sake. Auschwitz Manager, but spelt wrong. It's been suggested for me to play. Oh yeah, Pajama Sam. No, Doug already played that, and his playthrough was very good. I would just allow that. Stop being German, this ghost. So, chat, don't forget that you can support Tits to get the Tits overlay. Let me show you what that looks like. It's this. That's right. It's the Tits overlay. And I think we should maintain the Tits overlay only for a significant input. It should be a special thing that only happens on some streams. Who's Lou fucking his router? How dare you? So if I do /leader tits and then push publicly, let's see. This interaction failed. Can we? Why am I not allowed to use my own fucking bot, but everyone else is? Am I going to have to restart Cabal? I mean, you guys are able to use it. Why am I not? I guess because the client is probably on the wrong IP or something. That's weird, though. I'm going to have to restart, like reboot the only client that's working, but then the other one is broken and won't start up. So that doesn't help. Well, let's see if it breaks
He
it.
says, I'm sorry, Uzlu, but I'm afraid I can't let you do that.
See if the client breaks. Yes, it did break. Fantastic. Restart. Come on, desktop. Load. Why are no Discord clients able to load? That's so strange. I'm going to have to connect on my browser.
You know, for someone so expert in tech, you sure have a lot of fucking tech issues.
I can't prevent the software from being made wrong. It's not my software. When I make software, it works.
The better you are with tech, the more issues that magically pop up to make you worse with it to offset it.
Yeah, in your case, no one, it's always your fault. But in my case, for example, they have to make it difficult or I'd be overpowered. All right, I can now access Discord specifically through my browser, but the local client versions won't work. So can I now do /leader tits post publicly? Yes. It's at 5,000. It's just over the £50 line. But I'm thinking it needs to be more exclusive than that. I think it should be a special thing that only happens on some streams. So let's say that if tits is at or above 10,000 at any time during a stream, then from that point onwards during that stream, it will have the tits overlay for the rest of the stream. Let's have a look at the board overall. Moderator is still higher than the New Vegas one, interestingly. But yeah, I think tits needs to go a bit higher than that. But if it can get to 10,000, then the tits overlay stays on for the entire stream. But that's a special thing. I think the same thing maybe could apply to the wizard hat as well, if you want to wear the wizard hat, because that is still available. I'm going to quit both these clients and then try to launch it again. Because otherwise I'm going to have to spend the entire stream just using the browser to view the YouTube live chat, or the Discord live chat. It won't start up. That's so strange. Well, I guess I'm looking at live chat through my browser then. Where is your Aiden mum stream going to be hosted? That's on Aiden's channel. That's weird. Why would denouncing the #1 item push it that far down the board? That's odd. I fixed the problem before that should have removed ambiguity with those items, but that seems to have not worked properly. Spelled differently? I don't think so. That's odd. I'll have to look at that later. It should be converted to lowercase. What did you type in to get that? What precisely did you type? Because that's different than what's at the top of the board for some reason. Well, that should have worked then. That's weird. Announce. You probably specifically used capitals, didn't you? But that's also 1250. Why? Announce modder-8-tor. It normalizes that one. I need to fix that. I thought I'd fixed that just recently. It should be normalizing it. Oh, I bet it's normalizing it with a different one. And that the one at the top of the board actually does use dashes. And before it was normalizing it to equal that, but now it's normalizing it to equal a different one. That's an awkward problem. I'll have to fix that later. Numbers breaks it. No, it shouldn't do. If a similar topic already exists, do you think you could have the bot check if that one was meant instead? Well, that would be semantic. I mean, if it was just lexicographic, so if there's a letter out of place, then it could check. But that's a lot to do to correct simple typos. If we're talking about two things that have semantically the same meaning, that's too subjective to help with. The whole reason to do this system like this, so that you can add and subtract support for things as much as you want, is that if you make a misspelling, you can easily correct it. In the old system, you dedicated the coins as soon as you sent them in, so you couldn't take it back. I'll tell you what's happened. I've switched VPN location to a location where the connection is stable, but Discord is blocking it. Am I going to have to change VPN location again just to get Discord up and running? Well, let's fucking try it, shall we? I'll go to be right back for this. I won't be long, chat. Hooray! Hooray! Finally! Every part of the system works. At long last. Now, let's refresh everything, make it connect. Okay, that was already connected. All of these might need to be reconnected manually. Let's find out if I can just do leaders. If that just works. True Ghost. Application does not respond. It does that sometimes when I switch VPNs. I might need to restart Cabal Aid then. Right, Cabal Aid is being restarted. If you run a command now, it shall do nothing. So give it a moment and then it'll be back. Restart the stream before it falls apart again. You should, yeah, that should be fixed, Ice. The only reason it would go lower is because it thinks it's the connection has slowed, because what's actually happened is it's completely lost the connection. But it should be back to normal now. Okay, the Cabal economy is back up. Cabal Aid is, for some reason, recompiling. It doesn't really need to. I don't think I changed anything. I do need to actually properly compile these because they're still being run from the code every time in debug mode. I need to actually compile them and put them as system services. All right, let's restart the YouTube live chat as well. Okay, both are up now. If I do /leaders, it may require me to run it one more time because it's just booted up. There we go. Finally works. One way supremacy. There you go. The one to support. So we can't actually influence the one that's at the top of the board, unfortunately, because the standardization is different now. I'll have to fix that later. Oh well. Who's Plays NV has succeeded. See if that stays there. Tits is one is out there. Oh, for fuck's sake! I have to Control R to see use the command now. Do that. Yeah, there we go. This is at 65, so it has been boosted further, but it's not that special kind of stream where we managed to get it to all the way to 10,000. There's other overlays, of course, and I think for now we might as well use Cabal Aid to influence them. There's lots of other overlays which are listed here. There's maybe I'll make a list of them somewhere in Discord as well, but for today you can support these through Cabal Aid. We shall go for that. Anyway, JF overlay. Oh yeah, there is a JF overlay. Make sure that it has the word overlay in it. And then if I do overlay and then that. Okay, those are the two overlays available. The two overlays that you've started voting for. There's many more available, of course. But we'll see which one wins out. No overlay always has none always has a £15 default. Denounce Cabal Aid. How dare you? Wasn't the the JF overlay was nuked. Yeah, you'll have to get it up to 5,000 to add it back. I might say that one has to just be actual real money, to be honest, because that's really just a one-time thing. Adding it back in the first place. What are you denouncing Cabal Aid for? What's wrong with you? More than, well, actually, it's just one of you. Why did it post twice? It's not supposed to happen. Okay, never mind. Now a second person has denounced it. If you prefer, I can just request you send the money directly. You still won't do it. Cabal Aid again. Denounced denouncing. Well, that makes sense. Anyway, let's we have 2 news stories to cover today, and we have covered but one of them. The second one is DOGE dissolved in acid, one expects. But I don't have many stories listed today, so let's just go through them. Taiwan minister says consensus reached with US to shield chips from tariffs. It's all women can do these days. Eat hot chip and lie. Taiwanese National Science and Technology Council Minister Wu Cheng-wen said that Taiwan and the United States have reached a consensus to keep tariffs off Taipei's semiconductor industry. That's TSMC. For those that don't know, with the exception of a large part of Intel's chip manufacturing, which is not very competitive these days, all mainstream CPU and GPU manufacturing in the world is done by TSMC, which is a Taiwanese company on Taiwan, which is a tiny island near China, which China claims is their territory, but Taiwan claims is not. And TSMC is one of the main reasons that Taiwan maintains, in practice, independence, even though China claims them. Because if anyone attacks them, then the world loses TSMC, which is so vital. In a Financial Times interview published on November 20th, Wu said that Taiwan will support the US in building its chip industry, and in return, the US will offer tariff relief for the island's semiconductor sector. Quote, of course, there's the recipes of how to make the chips, but it's also about the science park management, attracting companies, integrating academic research with industry. Wu told the news outlet, no other country has done what we have done. And that is true. Taiwan's done very well. But none of that was impossible for the West to do. It's just that the West has been in a bit of a trough recently. Wu did not provide details about the consensus that was reached. Taiwanese Economic Minister Kang Min-shin told reporters on November 22nd that Taiwan has not finalized any trade agreement with the US yet, but he noted that Taiwan's negotiators are working on it, but looking to be reported. I'm more interested in what deals can be worked out to get some of this stuff boosted elsewhere and what limitations there will be. I love how fucking we managed to maintain 30 to 31 viewers with all those tech problems, all that bullshit and all that cabal age stuff, and then I start talking about politics and two of you leave straight away. It's just the way it is. Taiwan hopes to secure a deal with the Trump admin that would ease the current 20% US tariffs on its exports. Trump in August threatened a tariffs of up to 300% on chip imports. It's one of the fields that he wants to boost in the US, which does make sense. Or he seems to anyway. Wu said that Washington is unlikely to impose such high tariffs on Taiwan semiconductors because the administration understands that punishing Taiwan is not in their interests, and indeed it wouldn't be. Taiwan's dominant role in global chip manufacturing, led by chipmaker Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Co., has been labeled as a deterrent against the Chinese regime's military aggression, a concept known as the Silicon Shield. Never heard of it called that before, but that makes sense. Wu said in the interview that Taiwan was looking to create a second Silicon Shield in areas such as drones, robotics, and medical technology to diversify its strategic assets beyond chips. It's amazing how much difference a good social and economic system can make, where China is this colossal landmass with all these cities in it and all this, power and geopolitical influence and all these people, fucking billions of people, and Taiwan is this tiny little island right next to it. And yet, Taiwan is pulling like 10 times its weight by comparison, if not more. You ever wonder how the British Empire conquered the world despite how small Britain is? It's not quantity, it's quality. Same thing with Taiwan. Now, I don't know, I don't speak for the quality of their people specifically, but the quality of the way they run their society, significantly more optimized for innovation than China, as far as I understand. However, Wu noted that Taiwan intends to keep its cutting-edge research and development within the island, citing potential security concerns if the sector were really accredited overseas. Now, that does make sense. It kind of does make sense. I would like the West to compete in this. I don't want the West to just use whatever innovation they already have. I want the West to actually compete with it. But TSMC diversifying that for the US's immediate benefit, and then the US adopting the industry and becoming competitive on the back of that, fine. They say if we move our research and development overseas, it'll be dangerous for us, he said. New weapons and defense systems rely on advanced chips. The White House has not publicly commented on Wu's remarks. They make a good point. Go says, when will you learn that no one cares about politics? We're here for lolcows. True, to be honest. And if you want to know more about lolcows, you can go to wiki.oozloo.net and either click on the category that says lolcows, which actually refers to all people, or click on the category that says actual lolcows, which refers to actual lolcows. So you can see we have Cybersmith. Sorry, Cybersmith, but you're funny. Delmo, unfortunately, it seems that we have passed like ships in the night with Delmo. JF Gay Rapey, who definitely did not kill his multiple wives. Patriot of the West, who this guy he's been in and around Cabal for a while, but many of you have not talked to him, and I didn't realize how funny he was until recently. So this is Patriot of the West. Bogan Terry A. Davis. While squatting in a construction site, homeless, he screamed at God for 20 minutes straight, demanding to be given a gun. 40 minutes later, he was picked up by police who took him to a psych ward where he was interned for 68 weeks. You may think that this is a Cabal brand fact, enhanced by Cabal brand radium, which may not be entirely accurate. However, this is true. He told us so. He hitchhiked through 2 deserts and found himself on the East Coast. He has had a restraining order levied against him. Thank you for these details. Poss was very much involved in getting him talking. Agreed. Yeah, Solna. And then Life as a Maiar. He is the real-life Radagast the Brown and may once have been anally raped by a Balrog of Morgoth. It was later discovered that he regularly anally vors Balrogs, which has been deemed a noble service. Thank you again to Poss for helping me to extract this very true and real information from Patriot of the West. If that's true, Zen Man, then it's a fucking winning formula. Go says, you guys finally added a level 2. Yes, we added someone that happened to be level 2, and so it applied. You see that I've added little icons for the things on the left here. All the 4 people that I've added to the list here all have an icon. I've got a wizard hat, Aiden's got a wine glass, Dai's got 4-leaf clover, and Quattro has a robot with love heart eyes. What did I mean by this? I may add more people to the list, but it's just sort of the... Oh, can you not see it very well? I'll restart the Discord stream. Maybe that's it's fucking broken still. Is that better? Dai's page is your favorite. Is that because it has something on it that's credited to you by any chance? One of the longest standing members of Cabal, holder of the ultimate secret, how to put up with Uzulu for almost 10 years. This secret is held by only an elite few. Some say the secret is that it's impossible, and that's why she has to dull her pain with Marvel rivals. It would make sense. Chat, press 1 for news and press 2 for me to talk you through new parts of the wiki. By the way, if you add things to the wiki while we're going, that will be included as well. I thought it would be the weed. I suppose so, Daddy Bill, yeah. Is Jadev and Ice, is 3, 2 and then 1? Is that what you mean by that? Because, yeah, it'll be 2 and then 1. 3 play NV. We're not doing NV today. I need to, first of all, buy it, however that happens to need to be done, or pirate it. And then, not that I would ever do that, of course. And then install it. Make sure it actually runs on Linux, which I'm sure that it's all doable, but I don't know how to do it yet. GOG if I can. Anyway, so 2 is the majority. Steam Black Friday sale is live right now. Okay, understood. Anyway, what else? What else is new? We could... So this stub page was created but never filled. And I believe that's Nomon's responsibility since he created the page. Responsibility is a strong word, but the 5D 5-head tic-tac-toe noughts and crosses more accurately from the other day. That's definitely an option. I modified the Aiden Paladin page to no longer contain the User Trunk. However, it does still link to the User Trunk page, which I shall not open on stream. You got Gran here. I uploaded Gran onto Aiden's page. And then this is what Aiden's research usually consists of. What are your strengths and skills in engineering and computer science classroom or projects? I don't actually have any skills. I'm just a diversity affirmative action student. What is your favorite part of engineering and computer science programs as student culture? My favorite part is how I can get all the students and faculty to deep throat my paused tranny cock and rim my yummy boy hole in public for everyone else to see just by threatening to report them to my Jew enablers at the ADL so they can dox them and defame them as Nazis for the egregious hate crime of not wanting to sexually satisfy me in public. Are there any comments that you would like to share with the research team? I'm not even going to read that one, but the never-ending march of pause and degeneracy and fathers who won't let people from that group have sexual relationships are bigots and might as well join the KKK, it says. So this is just a little excerpt from something that Aidan had researched at one point, and a good old 43 here, really making the research useful. But yeah, that's most of what she researches, and I believe I wrote this part. Social science isn't real, but can hurt you. So there you go. I mean, that seems to support Cybersmith's notions. John Wick says, "The fuck are you reading?" Well, you see, this is social science research. Here's a picture of Aidan. This is a modern photograph of Aidan Paladin, as you can see. By the way, chat, don't forget that if anyone gives Aidan Paladin $100,000, she will get the User Trunk image tattooed on her ass. And then there's also the Aidan's mom page. Plenty of detail here. Took me a long time to sort out the CSS for the formatting. The default did not look good, and it still doesn't look great, but it looks a bit better. There's this story here that UFC quote unquote Ghost wrote. I think he had the AI write it. But that's all there. I won't read it out now. I don't want to ruin the experience for you, but you can go and look at it yourself. There's still these messages from Aidan's mum, and then there's this. Wolf originally added this picture to the wiki, and the image that he linked was a link to the Discord image. That image hosted in Discord. That don't work. You got to save it and upload it to the wiki if you want it to stay there. The image died. I had to re-add it by saving it and uploading it. But yes. What else is on the wiki? The Quattro page is a bit sparse, but there is some stuff here. You can don't leave these extra paragraph spaces here. If you're working on the wiki, don't do that. Just do a single line space for a new paragraph, or if it's a new section, use the header feature. Quattro, the man, the myth, the harbinger of end times. Quattro has a Mossad timeshare in all of Cabal's femboys and bottoms, and is often called master by Jackie. Jackie, can you confirm? Well known as a scholar of various types of horsefucker porn. Quattro, can you explain why that's written there?
Blame Wolf for that.
I'm willing to.
Understood.
I mean, I do often call Quattro master because of a joke. So.
Which one of you put something in the memes? Oh, it will have been fucking Jackie. It's meme, not memes. But this is the one I was looking for. So, totally Quattro, I wear. This page commemorates a skill issue by a known skill issue haver, Nomon. On or about 2011-2025, during the creating of the Cabalite Quattro's wiki page, Nomon misspelled totally Quattro, I wear. Nomon was asked about this and never elaborated further. In creating this page, however, Jackie made several more spelling mistakes, which I then had to correct.
Which is on Jackie's page, by the way.
Is it really? Let me go find that. I believe he's under Wirewolf, isn't he? Wirewolf, colloquially known as Officer Boykisser, sometimes offhandedly referred to as Jackie, is a certified blahage-owning, thigh-high-wearing, white monster drinking, Arch Linux and FreeBSD user. He claims to be asexual, but everyone knows this is simply a thin veneer to cover for his blatant homosexuality. This was confirmed when he confirmed, excellently written, well done, Nomon, his gay relationship with fellow Cabalite, the Took. Is the Took here right now? I'm sorry, the Turek. We'll have to add that as well in honor of Ravenblade, who also has a page. List of skill issues. He's not the one known for them, but he does have them. While attempting to troll Nomon through editing his wiki page to expose a mistake in spelling, he ironically made an error in spelling. And here it is. So you put one T in Quattro, which was a bit fucked. And then what is this fucking formatting with the dash at the start and the end? Just use the built-in formatting, for goodness sake. I removed that, luckily. Luckily. All right, I want to show you Ravenblade's page. Actually, let's do Nomon's page because this is next. I wrote some of this. Nomon, also known as Womon, is a sissy Finnish Cabalite and shitposter known for his humorous skill issues. Cement drinker. List of skill issues. An unending chain of hilarious and highly avoidable skill issues have befallen Nomon in the short time he has been in Cabal. Only a tiny portion of them have been documented below. I wrote that because initially it looked like there had only been one, but there have been many. Nomon's first notable statement in Cabal 2025-05 was stating that lesbians aren't gay but straight women are. Don't deny it. That is what your definition implied.
We have a comic commemorating that.
Don't you dare doubt it, no one. That is what it implies. And then when making a wiki page, this is the part written by Jackie, which is why it's written badly. On 2011-2025, he misspelled Quattro's full username as totally Quattro I wear. And I had to correct the spelling, or one of us did, on Quattro because Jackie misspelled that. Because Jackie is also as good as you have her.
I corrected my own spelling. Thank you.
Not sure about that.
Oh no, I did.
All right, let's see what else we got. The Ravenblade page, I think, has some funny stuff on it. Ravenblade, Six-Ledic, Aiden Simp, and Funko Pop collector. Cannot into saying Oozlu. He is currently in a passionate homoerotic relationship with notably big burly man Chudbo, who is another Kabbalite. Linguistically incapable of denouncing Vishnu. Not culturally or religiously incapable, just linguistically incapable of denouncing Vishnu. Titan AE, which we watched the other day, he promised to cum his panties if Titan AE was shown in Cabal on 2025-11-22. And also a quote from Ravenblade is as follows, quote, Ravenblade, known cummer of panties, end quote, said by Ravenblade on that same day. Trivia is a verifiable or veritable art hoe and took both Epstein and Soros money. Now, I didn't even know that, but that's something to judge the man for. My goodness. Did he follow through with his promise, asks Wormhole. We haven't confirmed that he cummed his panties, but he did say that he did. UFC says, do all Cabal members have a page? Not yet, but many do. What I'm proposing as a general rule is you're not allowed to touch your own page. If there's anything grossly defamatory on there, then we'll allow that. But if it's like child porn levels defamatory, maybe just come to me about it, because that's an accusation I need to know about. But
apparently
for anything else,
claiming somebody's into horse porn is fine. Got it.
Yeah, I mean that's
Page is defamatory.
I mean that sort of thing is illegal here. I should note.
I don't know what the basis of that accusation was actually, but I don't know.
It's because I called out Sparrett for being a brony for posting cropped porn on one of the streams.
Right.
Implying he knew that.
We could possibly modify this to contain the same comedy but be a bit less defamatory. I think maybe we should do that. So yeah, I'm happy for all this to be like funny jokes and exaggerations, but it should clearly delineate itself from being like defamatory.
Yeah, fair enough. I can see how I went too far with that. My bad.
Sorry.
As I says, I guess so from the art style, not actually having seen any of that shit firsthand. Sometimes you just know whether you want to or not.
All right, let me check something quickly. Currently, JF Voice is at 6,000. My goodness, which means I need to do it for 2 articles today. Apparently. Let me check something quickly. Has that changed at all? Yeah, it has. Interesting. You can kind of see why I need the decay rate to be more, because when it's less, it's so easy to fulfill these things just constantly across multiple streams. But when the decay rate is more, it's actually enough that I can start using Cabal Aid for these things that I would usually require people to pay me for. But you may have noticed people haven't contributed very much for the last few streams. And that's obviously no one's fault, but I feel like the incentives need to be better. So increasing the decay rate should actually increase the incentives because I can use the system more. And in order to maintain it, people are going to have to help the community out. Anyway, this page you see is about me. Let me just modify this. JF Garepi. This is a common modification of my name, and I find it very offensive because I would never be gay. Anyway, I cannot make potato children with men, though there are several in the chat right now with an IQ low enough I'd be willing to try it. French Canadian, secretly Uzalu. This offends me. I would never be that man. Though he does do an excellent impression of me. Introduction. Just let me know when he stops the voice. Thanks, Uzula. No worries, Poss. Poss, are you familiar with JF? Are you familiar with this voice? Because apparently, I do a good impression. He is fantastic. Introduction. Jean-François Gariepi is a Canadian former neuroscientist who believes he will create the next evolution of the human white race by breeding selectively with women who have an IQ below 75 and with as many mental disabilities as possible. I treat it like Pokemon. The more bonuses, the better the character is. I take them out and fight other women holders with them. That is how the last one died. Non-aliases, JF, JF Garepi, and Uzalu. This is, again, defamatory. Murdered potato wife. The RCMP will never catch me, hee hee hee. Third wife vanquished. This is a work of art. Despite its extremely defamatory nature, it is, I must say, 100% true. Thank you, Abla. Feels like I just got mashing potato on stream. All right. Let's continue with more articles, and I'll continue with the JF voice, given that the current level of its position on the thing. What should we look at next, chat, on this? Any femoids we haven't talked about? You know, let's do fucking Nacho's page. Oh, this one smells particularly cheesy, like a cheesy jacket potato I could attempt to make some little retard children with. Maybe I will dump the skin in the woods after I have used the flesh of the potato for my purposes. But I don't know, there's a lot of cheese here. Nachos, Ag Queen, and the Brick Warden. You know, cheese-stuffed crust pizza. Imagine that, but between a pair of legs. I was quite proud of that line. A Reddit atheist who has dishonored her white heritage by not breeding. She shames her ancestors by not doing her duty and continuing the white race. I must say, as a eugenicist myself, who appreciates the low IQ women, I am conflicted here. She does not have the IQ to start a family, and yet she is a white woman. I am conflicted. Lady Di's mortal enemy for life. Hello, Lady Di. Jeff actually did talk to Di and called her that, and whenever I say that to Di, it disturbs her greatly. Literally French Canadian. Oh, a fellow French Canadian. I believe this may well be defamatory, though. Literally Wes's girlfriend. Oh, now there's one I could really make some little potatoes with. Confirmed yaoi enjoyer. Antinatalist. Well known as easy and cheesy. And she has apparently said, I'm not crusty, fuck you. But we all know the truth, chat. Pitu's channel status was briefly set to Nacho's cheesy MILF pussy. This is documentary evidence that it has happened. Genocide threat. Nachos has threatened to kill about 17 people in voice chat. She did not deny that her intended method was drowning via mozzarella. She did not specify the source for this cheese, but we all know. Thank you to Brett Twit, who says, let's keep the JF voice going for the next bit. Cabal prevails. Thank you, Brett Twit. Do not forget. I'm going to grant you the coins one. Target. Brett Twit, amount 25. Reason. Yeah. Oh, not 25. I am retarded. 2,500. You know what? You get 25 for free. There you go. Why did that show up 3 times? That's odd. It took the 25 twice, so you got 50 for free. All right, well, that's not too bad, but I don't know why it took that twice. It shouldn't have done that, and that might be a little buglet there. Either way, enjoy your coins. What you could do now is you could redeem those coins, and that will boost everything on the board that you already support. In fact, I need to make notifications pop up for me when someone does this, but you probably already support JF Voice, so you may just be able to put 25 onto it, which will keep it there for a while. But thank you for the contribution. Anyway, continuing with the dramatic reading. Yeah, Nachos will be regretting not being here for this. The clone theory. We're dropping viewers now. I mean, we're at 3 hours. It's not actually that far in. I guess people are just not into the JF Voice. I guess that much. You know what? You can just /denounce, and you might be able to prevent it from happening. If you don't like it, that's the way to prevent it. /denounce JF Voice. Anyway, clone theory. It is strongly believed that Nachos and Nerd Wonder are clones. We have yet to find the original Femoid. At the time of writing this, it has been confirmed that there is a known younger generation known as Shudbo. What we need to do is, if any of you who are editors are willing to do this, I'd appreciate it. We need to make a new page on the wiki for the Femoid clone theory, because this is an older theory in Cabal. It's much older than Nachos, Nerd Wonder, and Chudbo. It goes right the way back to Aiden, Dai, and some of the older Femoids in the server. A whole page for it, and then integrate all of the Femoids into it. We determined at one point there's 3 women in the world, and there are 3 or 4 women in the world that use the internet, and they all use a certain one of these archetypes. And they're all just clones. It's not that there are no women on the internet. It's that there are only about 3 or 4, and then a lot of clones. And that's quite important. All right, so we've had some changes on the JF Voice question. Let's see what the current position of it is. It's still at 6,000. I think those that were denouncing it didn't have a lot of Usercoin, or didn't have a lot of Cabal credit to throw around. But if you would like to denounce it more powerfully, all you have to do is contribute. I'll give you the Cabal credit straight away, and then you have to redeem it, and that will make your denouncement powerful. It would only cost just over 10 quid, £10, which is about $13, $14, in order to reduce it down to only 1 story or session of JF Voice today. Otherwise, I have to do it again later. It's currently at 6,000. UFC says, my theory is that the only women that last in Cabal are Dai and Edin because all others disappeared after a while. It's true, they did. Denounced JF Voice denounces. Well, Civil War. In fact, do we still have this? This is a funny meme from Cabal's history. Yes. This actually happened at some point. We had a minor civil war in Cabal where one side was saying, Cabal prevails. The other side was saying, Cabal prevails. Civil war. I can't remember why exactly, but it was actually a genuine rivalry, but both sides were saying the same thing. I don't remember how that worked, but it was funny.
What did I miss?
Welcome, Lady 8-Ball, Cabal's newest moderator. Congratulations on your demotion to moderator. We are today doing.
I can see, right? I can see that that's not the case.
We are today doing a little bit of stream, but according to chat, news is fucking boring, so we are doing whatever the fuck we want instead. And currently, the JF Voice is supported to the tune of. To the tune of 6,500 points. For every 2,500, the JF voice is used for one session during the stream. And so, it's probably a limit to 2, to be honest, per stream. And so, if someone were to be sick of the JF voice, they could denounce JF voice and it would be used less often. Especially if that was someone who had some coins to throw around and was, frankly, sick of it, which is understandable. I fucking would be. Either way, let's just read some more funny wiki pages. Someone denounced normal Oozaloo voice. Someone supported normal Oozaloo voice. Wow. All right. Let's see what else we've got. We could read the Wes page in the JF voice. Problem is, I'm pretty sure Quattro would want to be here for that. What have we got in here? Oh, someone's just made a new page, Cabal Game Studios. Cabal Game Studios, powered by Cabal brand Radium. A thing, a place, an idea. Random homeless guy outside of Cabal HQ after consuming Cabal brand Radium. Thank you, Jackie, for making this page. How did I know this was Jackie? 2 reasons. Reason 1, I can see his name on last edited by. Reason 2, the formatting is bad. You got double spacing here. See, just before the word Cabal, double spacing. And then over here with the hyphen, it's not terrible, but the hyphen should be, well, you should use the block quote for that. This is not, it's not really a problem, but you can always tell Jackie's made a page because the text may be okay, but the formatting and the grammar is not quite there. Dev voice, I can't do a dev voice, I don't think. Someone supported Vishnu. Chat, press 1 if I should reveal who it was that / supported Vishnu. Let's see. Oh, I know who it was. I know who it was that did it. Several denouncers of Vishnu now. I know who it was that did it. I could reveal it at any time. I think I'll reveal it if we can get let's do something like Vishnu shame. See how high you can get that, chat. And if you support Vishnu shame, if we can get that to, say, 5,000, then I'll reveal who it was.
Oozaloo.
Yes.
I have a leak. I have an anonymous source that says the Vishnu supporter was actually me.
Well, I don't think chat should believe this flagrant, opportunistic potential lie. I think we should wait and see whether it's true or not.
There's no way anyone would ever support me for mod if they found out that I was secretly Indian.
Well, if you had done it, I suppose that would explain why. He's after a new role. We could add a new role. I tell you what, chat. If you can get Vishnu shame to 5,000, not only will I reveal who it was, but I will also add a new shaming role for Vishnu enjoyer, and also give it to that person. Though that person will probably be happy to receive it. I mean, if the leaks can be trusted, that is, which they can't necessarily be. But until then, you may never know, chat.
JDev, how does it feel to be so fucking wrong? How does it feel to know that I'm How does it feel to know that I'm a part of the special ed class and I'm spreading real fiction that is not fake?
Real fiction, eh? You cybersmith. Chat, can we get the I don't know what her name is. Maybe it's Riley Reid image where she says, spread it, and then attribute that to 8-Ball, please. Because he's the one spreading it right now. Supported, spread it. 8-Bollywood. Okay, that's quite clever. That's quite clever.
That's quite good. That's quite good. And it has, my support of it has brought it down. Let's go.
That might be because of hyphens. I thought I'd fixed that problem. I tested it as well. Let me have a look at the debug output. Oh, it's about capitalization, I think. One of you capitalized it, and the rest of you didn't. I don't know why that would be happening, because I thought I'd fixed that. Also, there's differences in spacing as well, and dashes should work with it, but capitalization apparently still isn't. I don't know, man. I'll look into that.
Huh. 8-Ball's trustworthy news been supported, but also like it has too many characters to support. Thinking emoji.
Oh, interesting. It's adding a space between the number and the rest of the text every time. You guys aren't typing that. It's adding that. I don't know why it's doing that.
Because I typed in with the space.
Well,
huh.
That's a bug to fix. I suppose it's probably doing it after numbers. So if you see that happening anywhere, try it both with and without a space. That would also explain why there was an alignment issue earlier with the rendering. Okay, interesting. The extension I'm using to modify cases and deal with boundaries and stuff, apparently it has either this quirk or a bug. So I'll need to fix that. Yes. Yeah, you didn't use any spaces there, and yet it put spaces all over it. Alternating between numbers and letters apparently creates spaces. That's odd. Let me have a look quickly. Hello, Aiden.
Oh, hey, Aiden. We're doing debugging.
We are doing a little bit of debugging right now. I won't spend long on this chat, but I just want to... Where exactly is it? I think it's down here. Yeah, it is. So, 2K slower. Why is it adding spaces? I never fucking asked you to add spaces. That's odd. I need to do some testing with that. I will do some testing with that later. It's a quirk of the case extension I'm using, I think. Anyway, good night, Ghost. How come we're getting bread? Oh no. How come there's bread? Right. Should we bring some people on to the stream while I continue with the 4-sponsored JF voice? Aiden, I know you love the JF voice. And look how sponsored it is. 6,500 Cabal credit, which means I have to do it for 2 sessions today. And I've done most of one session, I'd say, but I've still got to do it again for a news story after we read through some of the wiki, which is what people wanted to do.
Well, I just got back from Wizardry.
Yes.
So I've been doing politics.
Indeed.
3 hours.
Chat, let's do another one where we can we do let's do a thing on the board where we just do like /support do, so it starts with do. Do news is an option, do wiki is an option, and something like I don't know, do whatever else.
Joking the whole time?
Do jelking. Okay, there we go.
No, is that what you were doing the whole time?
Do crimes. So whichever of these topics I can actually do for the stream, we can switch to. So if you want me to continue reading the wiki, support do wiki. If you want me to go back to news, support do news. Do Aiden's mum.
Real.
Not till Wednesday.
They were so real for that. Holy shit.
Aiden, are you saying I'm allowed to do your mum on Wednesday?
We've already had the financial transaction, so.
Chat, she's already sold me her mother.
for
Wow.
$500. A little over that, to be fair.
I can't believe that Aiden would sell her own mother.
Incidentally, I didn't pay
Gosh, no, I
$500.
can't.
A member of Aiden's audience paid for me to enjoy her mother's company.
Yeah, well, I got paid either way, did I not?
True.
Based. This is, again, the dumbest thing we've ever done.
So Do Aiden's mom is doing really well on the board right now. So leaders, if we start with Do and then it goes with anything after that. Do News is the top. Chat, should I interpret that you have had enough browsing the wiki and you want me to return to news? Because we will go ahead and do that if that's what you want.
Looks like news is way up.
It is. Okay, apparently double A cup Aiden is here. I think I need to add a space onto the regex.
I don't believe
That doesn't
she's
work.
that large. There's no way.
Does that work? Got it. Yes, actually, that does work.
Aiden's flat. Uh-oh.
I'm not even. I don't know why this is. It's just because people call me a bird.
I feel that I should not comment on this matter. I have met Aiden in person, and yet it might be inappropriate for me to tell the truth.
So what you're saying is she is flat, but you're out of concern for your friendship, willing to lie. That's fine.
Look, Aiden, it's okay. A lot of women are flat. They contribute to society by being confused.
Jackie, for example, is a woman who's flat. Aiden, what is Japanese? Because I need to couch this in some abstraction. What is Japanese for not petan, big fat mummy milkers?
Oki-sa no. Wait, what's the word for tits?
Oppai.
Oppai, yeah.
I taught
yeah.
Aiden Japanese.
I don't think about perverse words all the time.
Slash support.
You're not
Uzulu is Aiden's.
To be fair, I just had to think about what the word
Sensei.
for bye-bye in French was, and it's chin-chin. And I was like, I'm not going to say chin-chin on fucking stream.
You just did it twice.
Chin-chin is the word for penis in Japanese.
I see.
I'm not gonna say like as goodbye to somebody, I guess penis.
Now you just said penis.
Why not?
Chin-chin.
Why not?
Oh yeah, oppai.
When I talk to my when I say goodbye to my friends, I say penis.
Do you want to add the milky part to it? Because that's yin.
Yeah, exactly. Penis you later. That's a real fact.
Well done, Jackie. That is slightly better.
Real Japanese facts.
From real Japanese retards.
Okay.
Look, say what you will about small breasts, but they remind me of the desert. You know, there's nothing there and it's still hot.
Yeah?
So what I'm saying, Aiden, is you shouldn't be ashamed of your lack of your cutting board physique.
Maybe you'll find like a screenshot.
Being built like the prairie. Listen, being built like the prairies is nothing to be
Aiden, don't
ashamed
fall
of.
for it. They're trying to trick you into showing them your tits.
They're trying to trick me into showing old cosplay pictures.
There is no way you have cosplayed. I refuse to believe that.
Never happened.
Exactly.
I'm going to force Aiden into hosts now.
Okay.
Have fun.
I hope you enjoy being on a stream, Aiden, because now you're going to be made to be on another one.
Great. Hello.
Oh, sweet.
Welcome.
Excited.
Thank you. How's it going? How did it go for the last 2.5 hours or whatever?
Fine. It was chaos. We barely got through anything. Abel, you didn't say goodbye in your traditional way when Aiden left the audience channel.
I do have a picture where this is the worst example. So I'll show you. This is the worst. I was 21 there though.
Those are A cup. That's like no. There's nothing there, dude.
When I was 21, I'm 35.
Yeah.
I mean, usually they grow surely before you're 21.
I was also anorexic or whatever.
Usually they grow after you have children. And last I checked, Aiden is not pregnant.
Is that Morrigan, by the way?
Yeah,
I don't know who that is. That sounds pretty cool.
from Dragon Age.
Dragon Age.
Oh, does she have like a gun or something?
No.
Hey, she's a witch. Shane Morgan. I know. Okay, leave me. Yeah, all right. I didn't think about it at the time. I don't have any modern cosplay pictures. Is the problem?
Do you cosplay?
Wait.
Modernly?
I'll have to
No,
force
I've
you to
not
be in some
cosplayed in over 10
costumes.
years.
Chat /support which
What?
costume you want to put Aiden in.
No.
It's time to play dress up with our,
No, wait, I'm
our
already
real
getting,
life
I'm already
sim,
getting so
Aiden.
fucked around with this shit. I'm allowing this gay game to occur.
/support
Actually, you know what? Here you
Aiden
go.
something costume. Go ahead and enter it, chat. We'll see which one's more popular. Megumin
Here you
Aiden
go.
costume. I mean, Aiden's definitely short enough to play Megumin.
There you go.
Oh no, she's in her nerd costume.
Holy shit, she's dressed up like Uzlu's ex. Do you have an ex? I never checked.
Any.
Uzlu, have you ever been told that you look out of place outside?
Yes. I mean, no. Actually, no one's ever told me that. But thank you for corroborating.
They weren't
what I
saying
already
it
know.
to you. By the way, you just asked if I have an ex. I do, and it's in Germany.
Oh. Cool.
Yeah, I discussed this earlier. The last time I connected on my phone, one of my phones, because one was broken, I was using a VPN that happened to be in Germany. So it does say here, it's got a thing that says country region may not be accurate. One of our partners indicated this account may be connected via a proxy such as VPN, which is true. So yeah, you'd be shocked to hear, as I think Aiden can corroborate, I am in fact in the UK.
Nope. Nope, it's in Germany. He's
All right,
in Germany.
I'm
Can
banning
confirm.
Aiden for slandering me.
Apparently, it depends on what platform I'm connected to at the time, but sometimes it calls me Canadian.
All right, so we've got Aiden bird suit, Hitler Aiden costume, Aiden Burqa costume, Hitler Aiden costume again. That one's quite popular. Aiden Burqa costume again. Aiden bird suit.
So
Aiden
Jack,
Tanya
it's funny you
costume.
say that.
I'll do the Tanya one. That might be fun.
Also, in a VPN that says I'm in Canada.
We do Aiden .star costume.
What you guys don't know is 8Ball's actually my roommate.
Aiden, how good are you
Why
at
would I be your roommate?
regex?
I'm very obviously Indian.
I'll take that as a no.
What is regex?
Regex,
I don't know what this is.
short for regular expressions.
No. Therefore would be the answer.
I see. Great shame. I'll have to teach you. If you want to remain friends, Aiden, you're going to have to learn.
What? Okay. What is it? Is this computer science stuff?
Okay, there we go. Chat, if you want to fund lessons where I force Aiden to learn regex, you can /support force Aiden to regex.
No. It's this computer science stuff because I'm really bad at it. I took 2 semesters of computer science in undergraduate and I barely passed them. I mean, like with a B, but you know what I mean? Like to me, that's a barely pass.
That's an improvement over your cup size, so good job.
Yeah, you should try and get more D's in academia so that you can use it for your cup size.
This was my whole problem. I A maxed rather than D maxed.
Yeah.
For women, this is the wrong direction.
Aiden would have to genuinely try harder to get a C than to get an A. It would be a greater act of willpower for a topic that you know relatively well for you to get a lower grade than to get a higher grade.
That'd be for any topic, even when I don't know. Like there are very few classes I ever got a C in grad or not in undergraduate, and one of them was one that I legitimately never went to. I went to about twice. Is the only one I got to see it. I went to like twice. I didn't look over any of the material. I just showed up and took a test and got to see. It's the worst I've ever done in a class. Most have blown something off.
So if you got a C in a class, why didn't they grow?
Wait. Okay, so you have to live in an hot house and in hot climate. That's how your cermets grow. You have
Your
to
what?
water your cermet. Have you never seen the cermet video? Are you out of your fucking mind?
This is yet another example
Cermet.
where you will insist
How
on
to
making
take
me
care
watch something.
of your I can't believe you've not seen how to take care of your cermet. That's unbelievable. This video is what? Well, this is both of them. All together, both videos are 4 minutes. Have you never seen this fucking Jenna Marbles video? It's got like 21 million views on it from
Well, that would be
more than
why.
that.
That would be why I never
She must
bothered
have
watching it.
She must have removed it because the original ones had like 100 million views. They were crazy. These are like the most popular videos on the internet. How to care for your cermet.
That would be why I never watched it.
They
Yeah.
were made by they're popular. So Oozlu's never seen.
But I know, but it was back when internet culture was actually funny. So Jenna Marbles' old videos were legitimately amusing.
Chat, press
No,
X to doubt.
probably maybe not today. Maybe not today because it's inherently dated humor and it's about it's like Cheems saying things incorrectly. But
Cheems
yeah, you
is
have to water
fun.
your cermets.
Shut up, woman.
Again, people still make the Garloid joke, and the Garloid joke is in many ways basically the same cermet joke that Jenna Marbles is making.
Ah, yes, the Garloid jerk.
Do you jerk off your Garloid? You got to do that from time to time, or else they get upset.
I've been jorking my Garloid all stream. What's a Garloid?
Have you? Well, Garloid is a pet. It could live for 30 years.
She's mixing memes, chat. She's mixing memes.
Oh, look at that cute little baby Garloid.
That's disgusting. What
You
the
just
fuck
don't
is that
feed
creature?
it. Don't. Oozlu, do you feed your Garloid tap water?
I don't even feed myself tap water. It's nasty stuff.
X. Tap water.
Fucking Discord. Sorry, my Discord glitched. I'm back now. I couldn't hear you before. Something tap water. I would never consume tap water. That's disgusting. Water
just as you would never feed it to your
requires something in
Garloid.
it to make it worth tasting. No, my
I can't believe you don't know what a
Garloid is
Garloid
fed on a
is.
strict diet of Monster Energy.
Okay, that's good. That makes it grow. That's
I
good.
see.
No, that makes something else grow.
Have you been feeding your tiddlywinks on a steady diet of Monster Energy? If so, surely they
In a
would have
hot
grown.
climate, in a hot house, yeah,
I see.
it makes it grow.
I see.
That's how it works. That's how Mafia works.
I'm starting to think that.
How many old memes can I drop in here?
Lying to us.
So many people who don't know what a Garloid is. People don't know any of this stuff. And but cermets, it's unbelievable.
I'm just generally disgusted. I think we should move on.
Spare me the sermon, Victor.
We do. We do.
8-ball supported Vishnu. Terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, do news is the current top item, unless your mum is available, Aiden. But then that's only the second top item on the list. So, chat, what's news?
No.
Is your mum not available
News.
right now? It's a great shame.
That wasn't a legend. That was just true.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna get her set up on Discord tomorrow. So no.
Welcome back, Hunku-chan. Were you there for the
Hello,
Hunku-chan
yes.
story, Aiden?
Yes.
Good.
No, she wasn't. She's lying.
All right. Let's look through some other news. This picture.
Yeah.
Now, do you see this? My God, he's got a knife. No, he doesn't have a knife. That, ladies and gentlemen, that knife-like object there, that is commonly referred to as a sleeve. That's quite clearly the inside of the sleeve. Now, if you were thinking like, oh, it's like a black carbon fiber blade, well, then why isn't it in his hand here? Now, maybe it's been knocked on the floor and his hand is still clutched, but it doesn't look like it.
Am I so like autistic that I can't see what bullshit I'm supposed to be looking at here?
Yes.
The black shape here above his hand is meant to look like a knife, as if he's holding a knife, which would give more justification to the ICE agents holding him down. But no, this is an illegal who is being arrested for deportation. Boo-hoo. Suspect...
I'm sorry. I was supposed to give some kind of reason as to...
No,
I don't care.
No,
You're illegal. Bye.
But I strongly suspect that, and this is not going to be the case universally, but that ICE would only bother being violent like this if they either run or resist. Now, again, boo fucking who? They broke the law. Yeah, they were able to stay for a long time. Erroneously.
I don't care.
That is finally being fixed. Sorry, they're not going to be killed. They're only going to be used force on like this if they resist, which this guy
sent back
looks
where
like
they
he
belong.
is. They're just going to be sent back where they came from, where they should be.
Look, I mean, I've made my statement about this before, but I have legal status here. But like, if I get thrown, if that comes down to it, which it never would, but if it came down to it, it's like, well, you're also a foreigner. I would agree.
You need to go back.
I don't want to, but it wouldn't come to that, and it makes no sense. But if it came down to it, I would be like, okay, and I wouldn't fucking resist.
Spirit asks, Uzlu, how much money would they pay you to beat up Aiden and to deport her? Well, chat, you can answer that question yourself by typing in /support deport Aiden, and we'll see how high we can get that.
Claim. I have an ethnic claim.
That's true. That's a weird accent you've got for an Englishman, though.
Nah, it's Celtic.
Fucking 8 balls, swap them around. It's meant to be /support deport. We did /deport support. Oh, deport Aiden has been denounced.
You'll never deport me.
Well, it looks like you have a supporter there in chat. Someone that is denouncing the notion of deporting you. But then deport 8 ball has been supported. So that's good.
Hold on. Can I do this one correctly? Let's go.
Abel wants us all to know that he wants to be deported himself, even though he lives in the country he was born in. I'm pretty sure.
Chat, check this shit.
I wanted to be deported from the country I was born in. Is that what it means? So deport Aiden means deport me from the country I was born in, yeah? Obviously.
Deport you from wherever you are now to some more suitable place. Perhaps, I mean, if you were in the country you were born in, perhaps deported to India.
No thanks. Curse
Indeed.
Vishnu.
Curse Vishnu indeed. Uganda. Transpatriot. Oh no. Or transpatriate. Yeah, just moved into a different country.
Okay, Aiden, suggest to me a topic for me to support. I want to do something funny. Actually,
I don't.
Suggested topic for me to support.
/support dyslexic genocide. And that's because Ravenblade is here. Welcome, Ravenblade. The most dyslexic man I have ever encountered.
Check this shit. It's not that good, but it's I may have done a funny.
/support Aiden is a femboy. Is that premised on the notion that she has small breasts? Ravenblade, it is that bad.
Why is this the topic of conversation?
I don't know, because 8 ball's here.
So, I get the feeling that the reason why I don't have the ability, after redeeming 25,000 credit, to just instantly rocket things to the top is because I'm probably supporting everything at the top.
Yes, probably. Let me have a look. Yeah, you redeemed every bit of credit that you had.
Did you mention the new page feature? Because if not,
I
you
did.
can actually with Cabal aids. Oh damn, never mind. Well, fuck it. I'll say it again. If you check /aids, you can see how many pages you have. If you're cool, like a cool kid, a member of the Cool Kids Club, like me, all with Ks, then you can see that I have page 1 of 28.
Incredible reverb.
Yeah. Really cool. There you go. Go check it out.
Thank you.
/support 8ball has AIDS. Very real. Very fact.
Yiz says she likes small breasts. Aiden, you're in with a chance.
But it's not. I'm not 21 anymore or whatever. I
Yiz,
don't have
she's stuttering
current
and
pictures.
stammering. I think you've charmed her. But yeah, chat. Do any of you have a comparable number of /aids pages to 8ball? 8ball, how many do you have? Like 26?
28 now.
28.
Yes. Yes, that is the best way to explain it. Thank you. Base,
Yes,
I agree.
I don't know if it would be copulation with you two. I don't know how compatible the two of you are.
Don't be weird about it.
Riz the eunuch.
It's already weird.
You know what? /support Riz the eunuch. Yes, of course, if that gets to the top, that will become her name.
Riz the
Solner, I never said I was cool. You shut the fuck up.
Able trying to get everyone to promote support miscegenation. Disgusting. Riz the eunuch is moving up the fucking board, though. Jizz the eunuch.
Yeah, that one's lame. I agree.
Yeah.
Miscegenation
Riz
is
way
moving up
better.
for some reason.
Oh, it sure is. People buy into. Did you see that insane? Like, was it? It was some sort of Scandinavian ad about how, like, actually don't reproduce with other whites because your children will be genetically like fucked up. It was from just maybe a couple weeks ago. Did you not
I think
see
I
this?
did. I knew of it, but I didn't actually watch it. I meant to watch it on stream, but we didn't get to it in time.
I'll see if I can find it.
Let me let you in on a little secret, all right? I don't actually need those ads to be in favor of race mixing.
I'm sure. Yeah, many people will do it on their own.
What dirty miscegenator said that?
Me.
It's okay. He's Heyahoya.
I am, in fact, in favor of copulation with the brown women. Without the advertisements. With them, I'm actually
Good for you.
50-50.
One finger of
I mean, but you can go do that over there.
Now.
That is true. I did actually support Vishnu.
Why is this guy allowed around again? I'm starting to have questions.
We all are, Aiden. We've known him long enough to have a lot more than just questions. Support 8ball for miscegenator. Does that mean you support him miscegenating, or you support him being punished for miscegenating? Cold ball 8 room. I'm not. I think you may have switched around the words there a bit. Are you going to put him in the room that makes his balls cold? All 8 of them. Anyway.
Damn it, the room that makes your balls cold.
Oh
is too
no.
long.
Anyway.
Next thing. Founder of America First IPAC Tracker is self-proclaimed Marxist who lives in Germany. Chat, do we have to fucking pick? Either we side with Jews or we side with Marxists. Worse, German Marxists. Hello,
Well,
JP.
they're also Jews.
I don't know, maybe some of them sure are. The group has often accused pro-Israel politicians of bowing to foreign influence, which, I mean, true, but apparently that's the case. So it does say founder. It might not be the current runner, but let's have a look. The founder of a founder of Track IPAC, a group that accuses pro-Israel US politicians of being foreign agents, not far off in many cases, at least it looks like it, is a self-proclaimed Marxist who lives in Germany. Corey Archibald, who founded the Citizens Against IPAC Corruption Political Action Committee behind the Track IPAC X account in 2024, describes herself in numerous social media posts and a website biography she published this year as a longtime American expat and an American cat lady living in Germany, who has spent the last 20 years living abroad in the Middle East and
Don't
Europe.
put this evil on my name, bro.
Did I?
She is. By being an American expat, making us all look bad.
All American expats are like this. Some are birds. Though Archibald went public as one of Track IPAC's founders in a podcast interview earlier this month, she did not mention that she has lived outside the US for such a significant amount of time. Now, this is one of its founders, not its only founder. She might not be involved in running it anymore, though it sounds like she is.
Yeah.
And sometimes, in order to find people who dislike the Jews, you've got to look to the left because there's plenty of Jew hatred there. I'm not saying I care much about that either way, but for those that do want that. So good ideas can come from all directions, but I would be suspicious. I would be open to doubts on this one.
Press X, yeah.
Yeah, let's read a bit more. Open to doubts on the legitimacy of the organization if this is, I'm open to it anyway. It goes on. The news raises many questions for Track IPAC, which has gained popularity with anti-Semites and anti-Israel radicals on both the right and left in recent months. The group publishes lists of political donations from pro-Israel Americans, well, that's one way of putting it, and accuses politicians who accept these donations of being Israel first traitors to America, which is extreme wording, but is not necessarily wrong. It frames itself on social media as a supporter of the America First movement, arguing that US-based pro-Israel groups such as the America-Israel Public Affairs Committee, US-based technically, yes, but it is essentially a foreign agency, which has no relationship to the Israeli government, they say. Bull fucking shit. Should register as foreign agents or get out of our country. Yeah, so whoever wrote this clearly has an angle here. I wonder how much they've received from IPAC. And if none, I wonder how much the people they like have received from IPAC. They're using, have you noticed something here about either they're using them correctly for the first time ever, or they're using simply M dashes here. I wonder who wrote this.
Very curious indeed. Now, to be fair, I use EM dashes, but it's not that particular one. I use a 1 dash.
Chat, press 1 if Aiden is AI.
No, the EM dash is like 2 dashes. The one I use is a regular 1 dash, which the AI, for whatever reason, doesn't use.
Horse is just having fun. He doesn't really care what number he types. He doesn't really care what it corresponds to. He just wants to be involved. Isn't that lovely?
It is fun. Be involved.
For the love of the game. Chat, adopt Porce's attitude. Just type a random number. Just have fun with it. Go crazy. If you type 69,
yeah, exactly.
I'll accuse you of being unimaginative.
The funny sex number.
Ice with the 42. It's not random enough. Funnily enough, 37 is the most common, I think either the most or second most common number people choose when asked to pick a random number between 1 and 100.
It's because they're both, what's it called?
Well, bad divisors or bad factors, like awkward.
The thing, but they are thinking of 3 and 7 independently, which are both,
they are both primes,
non-divisible.
think,
Primes, yeah.
Primes are thought of as more random. But I mean, yes, they are primes, but I think the reason they're thought of as random is because they're awkward.
They can't
devices.
be divisible, yeah.
Though of course they are also primes.
I mean, yeah. So I think like 3 and 7 people go, oh yeah, the most random ones because they're the ones that are a little bit more difficult to maybe comprehend in a broad mathematical perspective.
Because they're not in the middle.
Because they are primes
at the end.
Yeah,
that's true. Yeah. People typing fucking hex codes and
you're essentially picking two. You're essentially picking towards the middle of 2 like Likert instruments in your brain.
Anyway, I don't know what that means, Aiden. I don't know what that means.
Do you remember it?
What?
It means people tend toward the mean. They want to try to find the middle, and so they try to pick 2 numbers that are both outside the middle, therefore perceiving the middle of that number is mean.
Did something else reach number 1? He flipped to denouncing moderator. Let's have a look. Oops. Leaders. Who have we got at the top then? Falco for banned for some reason is
True,
back
it's
up the
actually
top.
Interesting.
Well, it's because I'm supporting Falco for Band.
Achilles says, use this opportunity to make a mean joke about Aiden's mum.
Oh, there you go.
I'm sure the apple fell far from the tree in terms of breast size. Got him.
Wowie. What does that mean, though?
I don't know what that does mean, because I know the reality of the situation, but am I referring to the meme or the
What does that
reality?
mean?
Because I've met you in person.
Oh, right.
Yeah. Don't read too much into that, chat. Pawned? What, like sold for cheap? I would never sell Aiden for cheap unless I really needed to or wanted a bit of cash or maybe wanted to buy an ice cream.
That implies you have that option.
Well, I mean, I don't know. She's a burb. I mean, she's a fairly rare burb. You don't get many burbs that do this much science.
Science? Oh, I like that.
Well, in that case, if you like it so much, why don't you /support it? /support science. There you go.
All right, is that how it's spelled?
Yeah.
I feel like it should be spelled sky with a Y, but whatever.
Denounce Verdant loses moderator. That's never going to fucking happen. Support Verdant for moderator. That poor bastard.
There's no way I can be mod now. The chat has spoken. Let's go.
Chat, do you reckon you have enough Cabal credit to overcome Abel's votes and to make him moderator again? No, says that's a bit pessimistic.
Don't worry, chat. All you have to do is overcome 24,947.16 influence.
That's easy. And if you'd like to contribute towards that goal, you can contribute via tip.oozly.net or fund.oozly.net. It all helps to keep the community going, and if you do so, you shall be given Cabal credits straight away. The Jew react is not necessary. I am indeed asking for money. It is kind of obvious. Anyway.
You've presumably seen your nose, so.
I have a very normal shaped nose.
Sure thing. Rabbi? Sure thing, Rabbi.
Thank you. I will thank you to admit that I'm not a rabbi. I'm a cult leader, okay? It's different. I mean, it's compatible, but I'm not a rabbi. How dare you? Side view now says pause. So you go.
L'chaim.
It is not in any way hooked. It is a standard white man's nose.
It is.
Burb beak. Yeah, you're not willing to do that for us, are you, Aiden?
No, but
Aiden,
I wouldn't mind. But I don't turn my camera on.
Riz in chat says that I have good Anglo physiognomy. Thank you very much.
Yeah, Roman features.
She agreed. Holy shit.
I was joking before. Like I could be just earnest though.
You keep complimenting them like this, Aiden. It's making me uncomfortable. What are you trying to get out of me, Aiden?
Oh, I just agree with Yiz. I can't. What the fuck? I can't do anything. Like I can't be nice. I can't be mean. What the fuck am I supposed to do?
Chat. She clearly wants something out of me. What is it you want then, Aiden? If you're going to keep complimenting me like this, obviously fake, right? What are you trying to get from me?
I do. You're the one who's trying to get at my mum.
Well, that's just the thing. You want to encourage that. You want to keep me keen.
Right. Yeah.
I see.
Wait, no, I don't. What the fuck? Wait, stop gaslighting me, you fucking factory.
No, the you and my mum, your mum and me thing was all your idea. It was all your suggestion right from the start. You've been pushing for it very hard.
I'm being gaslit so hard on this. No,
Chat,
you started
she's
it.
trying to rewrite history now. Can you confirm? You press 1 to confirm if Aiden was all along the way trying to encourage and support the notion of me and her mum getting together. Pause once again, just having fun typing numbers. That's quite all right. Look how much of chat. It's confirming it, Aiden. You can't just go ahead and be like, oh no, I know better than all of my audience. All of everyone that I know and like is saying I'm wrong, but I must be right. Because otherwise it would make me look bad, and I can't look bad. Aiden Ballin in 2025.
Yeah, sure. Look, of course I'm gonna get gaslit. Because it's the nature of the fucking that's the nature of the beast.
What does that mean? Gaslit. Well, you made that up. Chat, press 1 if you just made that up.
What?
Ooh,
What I
thank
make
you.
up?
Thank you. The idea of gaslit, whatever that means. Born Gamer, thank you for the contribution.
Okay.
It says, for no good reason, put up the pilot helmet.
Yeah, the purple maxing is unbelievable. Where's the Uzuju fucking picture? It's really impressive, to be honest.
Juzulu?
Juzulu? Yeah, either one.
Yeah, Juzulu.
This is some high level Hebraic purple.
There are
you
many
go.
purple in my audience. All right, Born, you've been granted the thing. Even though I'm sort of trying to use the Kabale leaderboard for the overlays now, we haven't neatly transitioned to that, so I will just use the old system for now with the fighter pilot helmet as requested. So what was that? 20. This quit 24.
It is very late. I have realized how late it is. I do have to go to sleep. All right. I didn't realize it was 2 in the
Running
morning.
away, are you? Running away?
What? Yeah,
You're
but
running from the truth. She'll never
Okay,
admit
I'm
it,
sorry.
chat. It was all her idea.
I am not running from the truth. All right, I gotta get it back. Cheers.
Good night, Aiden. All right, chat. I have donned the helmet. Finally, now bring her mum in.
Is that because you're going to be in the splash zone soon?
I don't know. I mean, if her mum is rowdy. Born says the cash donations might still be useful for single stream things too. Yes. The issue with the Cabal Aid is I'm trying to make it sort of a hybrid between a continuous support and a one-time support, and that's often difficult. I think it can be done, but it will take a bit of finagling. So I'll accept it for both for now. But you've got the Cabal credit. You could put it towards that in the Cabal Aid system anyway. You could support that anyway. So that's fine. But like, if someone were to contribute and say, I want this thing, and then 5 minutes later there's something else that they want, is it right to say you have to pay again? Especially if it was 5 minutes before that thing became available, they could have requested both in the same contribution. Like, I need to make decisions on how that should work and then design the system around it. Yeah, indeed, Born. Right. I need to fix this this spacing thing with Kabale. That's kind of annoying me. Usually was just a VTuber now, says Ice. Well, pay me like one then. No, I'm kidding. But I could get a VTuber model. I probably should make other kinds of content to attract more viewers. But
so then, do you become Uzavuber?
Uzavuber, indeed. The helmet lacks personality. Yeah, but the lip sync is about as good as any Hololive VTuber. Uzahor, how dare you? How dare you reveal to the public the existence of my OnlyFans? You'll never find its name. 8-Ball the White to return. No such thing as 8-Ball the White. However, I'd like to direct your attention towards actual lolcow, Patriot of the West, Bogan Terrier Davis, Life as a Maya. He is the real-life Radicars Brown and may once have been anally raped by a Balrog of Morgoth. It was later discovered that he regularly anally vores Balrogs, which has been deemed a noble service. Thank you, Poss, for the assistance on discovering this information. VTubers are emergency use only, says HFNH. What does that mean? What did he mean by this? POTW? What does that mean? Penis on the wall. A ball of many colors. Oh, Patriot of the West. Your pet project. Interesting. Are you going to try and make him into a normal person? Good luck. a ball of...
I've decided if I just support fucking everything, there's no way that anyone will actually be able to penetrate.
Well, if you support everything, then you're giving everyone else the power to set whatever they want. I guess then you just have the power to relinquish it from the top spot. But that would be the same as you just not supporting everything and just supporting whatever you want.
Well, I want to support everything, so...
Okay. Let's see what other news stories we have. I suppose we could get onto our main story at some point, at least attempt to. Let's do that now, actually, because we've been going for 4 hours. It's really about time to stop soon. Exclusive. Doge doesn't exist with 8 months left on its charter. They have deleted Doge. Doge disbanded 8 months ahead of scheduled end in July 2026. Former Doge employees take new roles in administration. Elon Musk initially led Doge, promoting its work on social media. So, why? I've heard many suggestions. Obviously, the initial one is Trump has been making some very disappointing choices recently. This may be one of them. Maybe the people in Doge could not be trusted to toe the line of what is essentially now establishment party doctrine within what's supposed to be MAGA, and therefore they had to be destroyed. Another option is just that Elon had served his purpose and was no longer there, and the Doge had been winding down since then, and then needed to be just decommissioned when it was no longer useful, that the work was being done elsewhere. Another option is that it was always a smokescreen and there was no intention to reduce government bloat, which I think is less likely, but it's obviously the kind of pessimistic solution we always have to think of. So I think it's less likely. And then there are other ideas as well. Aiden linked me something earlier about how Palantir got a lot of data through Doge. Of course, that would be, it may be illegal, I don't know actually, but it wouldn't be ethical, but maybe they did that. Maybe that is what Doge was for. Maybe it was all with Elon's corporation. I would promote an idea of that's a bit less direct and malicious, but it kind of did happen, I expect. Let's see if I can get the article for that, actually. We can maybe have a look at that today. Aiden linked me a bunch of articles earlier, which is very generous. Where is it? This is a while ago. There it is. We haven't really discussed politics seriously in a while, have we, chat? all this nonsense shit we've been doing instead just gets me in totally the wrong mood. Palantir is helping Doge with a massive IRS data project. So this was April this year. For the past 3 days, Doge and a handful of Palantir representatives, along with dozens of career IRS agents, have been collaborating to build a mega API, Wired has learned. Now, maybe it was just an API, which is sometimes useful for different organizations to communicate their data together. Or maybe Palantir, which is a government security AI company in the US, to put it nicely, maybe they did get access to that data, and that was what they got in return. That they now have data on everyone, and that Doge was the thing that facilitated that because that's what Elon wanted. That's what Elon was in there for, to get that access. It doesn't seem concomitant with how Trump and Elon had a falling out, and the fact that does seem to be in line with Elon's chaotic and infantile character. It deserved better psyops, yeah. So I'm not sure. I'm not sure exactly what, but they may well have been involved in there. But that is a possibility. And that therefore Doge has served its purpose. It's also possible that Doge is not needed because the cuts can be made through other departments, and that they have been. I don't know if they have been, but Trump has certainly advertised several reductions in government spending. So there's a lot of things different it could be. And whilst there certainly are some bad options available, I would encourage us not to just jump to them. Often it's more complex than that anyway, but certainly I'm open to them. President Donald Trump's Department of Government Efficiency has disbanded with 8 months left on its mandate, ending an initiative launched with fanfare as a symbol of Trump's pledge to slash the government's size, but which critics say delivered few measurable savings. That doesn't exist, Office of Personnel Management Director Scott Cooper told Reuters earlier this month when asked about Doge's status. It's no longer a centralized entity, Cooper added in the first public comments from the Trump admin on the end of Doge. The agency set up in January made dramatic forays across Washington in the early months of Trump's second term to rapidly shrink federal agencies, cut their budgets, or redirect their work to Trump priorities. The most important thing that Doge did, as far as I'm aware, is make us aware and like popularize the notion of US aid, which I then used to name Cabal Aid, which I have to say is still a great name. There's the top of the board with the Cabal Aid name advertised prominently. The OPM, the federal government's Human Resources Office, has since taken over many of Doge's functions, according to Cooper and documents reviewed by Reuters. Cooper isn't a particularly Western name. Scott Cooper. Okay, maybe it is then. I'm not sure. At least 2 prominent Doge employees are now involved with the National Design Studio, a new body created through an executive order signed by Trump in August. That body is headed by Joe Gebbia, co-founder of Airbnb, and Trump's order directed him to beautify government websites. That's not a bad idea. There was a initiative. One of the only things that Boris did here, which is actually lastingly good, was he forced all the web services in the country to update. They're actually very good now. If you need to use web services associated with the government, they're all pretty modern and slick, and they work quite well. Gebbia was part of billionaire Elon Musk's Doge team, while Doge employee Edward Corristine, nicknamed Big Balls, I remember him, encouraged followers on his X account to apply to join. The fading away of Doge is in sharp contrast to the government-wide effort over months to draw attention to it, with Trump, his advisors, and cabinet secretaries posting about it on social media. Musk, who led Doge initially, regularly touted its work on his X platform, and at one point brandished a chainsaw to advertise his efforts to cut government jobs, very much in the Malay style. This was a test as being both supported and denounced. Bourne says, the Google AI overview, the Cooper surname is likely a variation of names like Koper, Cooper, Kupfer, with possible origins in Hungary, Slovakia, Germany, or Eastern Europe. Okay, fair enough. The name Cooper may come from the Slavic word topor, axe, or be related to German occupational names for a potter or someone living on a hill. The surname Cooper, or not spelled C-O-O-P-R, but is often an occupational name for a cooper, barrel maker. I didn't know that's what cooper meant, actually. Or a metonymic name for a coppersmith. Okay, that's fine. That makes sense, actually. Weird way to spell it, but yes, it could just be a Eastern European version of Cooper, as in C-O-O-P-E-R. Okay, that makes sense. It sounded a bit Indian, and given Trump's track record, especially with cash, I wondered if this was another Indian, but no, I guess not. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy, Musk said. Say again, Quadra? Spiritually Indian.
Spiritually Indian.
Yeah, he might be. This is the chainsaw for bureaucracy, Musk said, holding the tool above his head at the Conservative Political Action Conference in National Harbor, Maryland in February. Doge claimed to have slashed tens of billions of dollars in expenditures, but it was impossible for outside financial experts to verify that because the unit did not provide detailed public accounting of its work. Trump was given a clear mandate to reduce waste, fraud, and the abuse across the federal government, which, to be fair, we've seen that being done, or at least reports of that being done, outside of Doge. Since then, we've seen what was the medical fraud recently. A lot of fraud in SNAP has been identified as well. So it's been done. They may have saved a lot more than just tens of billions, but Doge specifically, maybe not. But if Doge was an organ which was loyal to Elon, at least more loyal to Elon than other government agencies, then I would say perhaps the correct Occam's razor assumption is just it wasn't as loyal to Trump as his other departments were, and it was superfluous anyway, so he got rid of it. That would be fine and wouldn't require much of a conspiracy. Now, obviously, I'm not saying that's the truth, but I think it's the Occam's razor favored answer. Doge claimed to have slashed tens of billions of dollars in expenditures. Trump was given a clear mandate to reduce waste. Blah, blah, blah. Trump officials have been signaling Doge's demise. Trump administration officials have not openly said that Doge no longer exists, even after Musk's public feud with Trump in May. Musk has since left Washington. Trump and his team have nevertheless signaled its demise in public since the summer, even though the US president signed an executive order earlier in his term decreeing that Doge would last through July 2026. It's weird to end it sooner. Perhaps some sort of op was orchestrated through it. In statements to reporters, Trump often talks about Doge in the past tense. Acting Doge Administrator Amy Gleason, whose background is in healthcare tech, formally became an advisor to Health and Human Services Secretary Robert Kennedy in March, according to a court filing. In addition to her role with Doge, her public statements have largely focused on her HHS role. Republican-led states, including Idaho and Florida, meanwhile, are creating local entities similar to DOGE, which does seem like a good idea. Denounced Vishnu Harder, very good. Denounced a woman. A government-wide hiring freeze, another hallmark of DOGE, is also over, Cooper said, which is concerning. Trump on his first day in office barred federal agencies from bringing on new employees, with exceptions for positions his team deemed necessary to enforce immigration laws and protect public safety. He later said DOGE representatives must approve any other exceptions, adding that agencies should hire no more than one employee for every 4 that depart. Not a bad idea in general. The thing is, DOGE is not a bad thing to have. I think having an expanding government in order to make it more efficient is fundamentally incompatible. Maybe DOGE should always have been brief-lived, because it's an instrument of a will rather than a producer of that will, as many things in government. It really depends on the will of the person in charge. You have these many things that are instruments of enacting that, but they don't produce. The Department of Justice does not produce justice. It merely facilitates its production through the will of whoever is in charge. It's actually not a bad way of looking at it. Thus, DOGE, if left to fester, if left to just continue to exist without the will of the leader to enact government efficiency through it, would just fall into its lowest energy state, which would likely be abusive and wasteful. So it probably should always have been just while Trump was focusing on government efficiency, which of course he should still be and does still seem to be. But again, it's not the only reason it was removed, most likely, but it probably should never have been a long-lasting thing. Maybe like some other government departments I'm sure you could all name. But that would explain deciding to cut it in 2026, which was the plan. But cutting it early, again, that does require potentially an extra explanation. Maybe it was scheduled for them, but since then he's just realized, it's more useless than I thought. Yeah, cut it early. It could be that simple. There's no target around reductions anymore, Cooper said. Maybe there should be. I don't know how many they've really got rid of. I don't know how much success they've had there. I've not heard of mass firings from the IRS, which probably there should have been, given that Biden hired was 87,000 new employees. I wonder if those are really necessary. I wonder how many of them are superfluous. I wonder how many of them are just there to soak up government money to make the government arbitrarily bigger. I don't know how many of them have been dropped. I mean, Trump's been hiring more into ICE, which is good because they're needed. But what happens if, hypothetically, obviously this is a good outcome, but if, for example, the problem gets solved, if, say, 90% of the illegals and legals who shouldn't be in the US are deported to the point that the remaining 10% are so difficult to deport that it's prohibitive, 90% is a good amount, right? That's a significant majority of them. What happens when the workload, the demand for ICE reduces? Well, that becomes bloat. Not necessarily forever, of course, but for that time it becomes bloat. You don't need as many. With the IRS, what Trump, I would hope he'd be doing, is trying to find ways to reduce taxes. He has talked about it, but I don't think he's done much about it. In which case you wouldn't need the IRS anymore. It probably is already bloated. Reduce complexity of bureaucracy, red tape, all of that stuff with taxes. Keep it simple. That should be what he's doing. However, the one argument against that is that the enormous government debt the US has means that whenever a country goes into debt like that, it's buying like power to spend today from the prosperity of future generations. You are taking out of the pockets of your children if you borrow money. Not just them, obviously, but that's ultimately what it is. So we are now living in a time where we're having to pay that back. And what that means is the government needs to suck up money from the people in order to then basically burn it. I mean, that's, I think, what you basically do with it. You put it in such a reserve that it's not in circulation, which reduces the national offset. It's something like that anyway. Either way, you need to offset the government, the spending debt. And that means hardship. And that means reducing taxes makes it harder to pay that off. I mean, more prosperity, yes. And so maybe I would recommend that. Hoss says, my tax rate has only gone up under the current president. Very similar. And I've heard people saying that, yeah. It's disappointing. Toast says, wasn't Trump hiring tons of new IRS employees as well? I don't remember that happening. Biden certainly was. I don't remember Trump doing it. More than, oh yes, no, that did happen. I think you're right. More than 20,000 IRS employees offered to resign. Okay, then that's a damn good start. Thank you. I do often forget these things. It is definitely worth like noting that like good things like this are harder to remember than bad things. So sorry that I forgot. Yes, he has been clearing the numbers, but it still doesn't match up to the 87,000 you'd want to clear if you wanted to reverse the Biden hiring spree. So thank you for reminding me of that. Bug says we should have gone back to the gold standard. I have opinions on that. The gold standard is stable, but less flexible to short-term demand, which means it's less powerful. Many things in human development, fire, for example, is something which has major downsides, but if you can harness the upsides and optimize your practices to only allow for the upside to happen, then it can be a net positive overall. And almost all technological development is a matter of optimizing our practices to ensure that only the upsides of something new are reflected in reality. If we had said fire can burn down houses, we should return to the stone standard, or we should return to whatever we had before that. Well, that's giving up on something that's powerful. That doesn't apply to everything. Not everything that matches that pattern is worth developing, and maybe fiat currency is not worth the downsides. However, I suspect it is. Though the downsides are huge and easy to get stuck in, I mean, you can argue fire is the same way. It's easy for fire to spread if you don't know what you're doing. So the safe option, and maybe it's something that you return to for a short time to stabilize, and then you go back into the more powerful thing. But ultimately, don't forget, you're not just trying to make a stable society. If your only goal was trying to make a stable nation, the gold standard would be the obvious answer, but you're not. You're also trying to compete with every other nation, which are also using whatever strategy that they can use to compete as well. And if you fail to compete with them, then your nation will no longer be stable. So ultimately, you need to use the most powerful tools available. You need to be able to develop them to the point they work for you, because otherwise someone else will do it first. That's why I would argue against the gold standard. But it is more stable. D&D currency. I don't know. I don't think you need more than 2 levels. Print more User coins, says Achilles. I would have to do the maths, but I suspect the User coin system was net deflationary. Even with the buyback of Marcus's debt, I expect it was significantly net deflationary. Obviously, if you count imports, i.e. people paying me money, if you don't count that as part of the inflation, but you count me spending below zero as inflation, and you count decay as deflation, then yeah, I think that would be deflationary. ICE has listed a list of Roman denominations. Remember that here in Britain before 1971, we had like 6 different denominations which had like complex equivalents to each other. And I'm sure that you could figure out some upsides to that if you looked hard enough, but it was way too complicated. And the simple denomination of smaller is 100 times 100 is larger does seem to work out much better. Ever since the 8-ball inflation, Usercoin's value has gone down, says 8-ball. Chat, don't Google 8-ball inflation, but do /support 8-ball inflation. It's funny. Let me have a look at something. Oh, I think I figured it out, chat. Yeah, it's this. You actually need that. Okay. I'll neaten that up later, but if I restart Cabalade now, that should fix it. Sorry, chat. Cabalade is currently going to be down for just a few seconds while it recompiles. Assuming that I've got the code correct, that should fix that problem. I forgot that's needed in both cases. I moved it from one to the other, but it's actually needed in both places. So I've just copy-pasted it for now, but Probably later. April says, my support. It'll be there in a minute. Shut up, Ice. My code is fine. All right, it should work now. So if I do revoke 8-ball inflation. Oh, I might have to do it again because it's just started up. Yeah, that works now. 8-ball inflation. Do readers F 8-ball, and it should all be aligned. Yes, it is all aligned except for where it crosses over the 1,000 boundary, which I should consider. I can extend the space that's left for the number by 1 to account for that, but that's fixed now. Okay, good. Fixed.
Let's
Hooray!
go.
Hooray! Chat, press 1 to congratulate me for fixing my code. Boss is just having fun with the numbers here. Thank you, Born and Jackie, for refusing to congratulate me. I appreciate that. Thank you, Toast. First genuinely nice thing I've ever seen you do, I'll say.
To be fair, Mr. Wizard, would you ever congratulate me if my code worked?
I would.
I can't use your code.
Exactly.
That's not an exactly. That's a contrary. That would explain why I wouldn't. Anyway, so the Doge, where was I? Back onto more of the article. It's mostly history here. Yeah, that's it. So I think I've done sufficient speculation. We don't know much about the reason why, but any of the theories I suggested earlier really are possible. Many of them are nefarious, but some of them don't require nefariousness as a motive. Either way, Trump is still at least claiming to be making cuts, significant ones. So I don't think that this necessarily portends that he is betraying people. Other things he's doing arguably do. Certainly look bad. This doesn't necessarily. We shall, once again, as with many cases, we shall have to wait for more information as time goes on. It's a funny one. What if it was an oops? Whoopsie! Accidentally chainsawed Doge. A little bit confused there.
Elon hurt itself in its confusion.
Quite so. All right, what we're going to do now, chat, is in order to fulfill the requirements for the JF voice, let's just do a /leader JF voice. Oh, that's now under 50,000. Oh, sorry. Oh, wait, no. If 49,000. So that's no, never mind. That's way higher. Is that how did they get that high? Was that you, 8-ball?
I've been I just tried to support JF voice, so I presumably was already supporting it before. Yeah. So if I denounce it, it goes that far down. If I support it, it goes up to 11.
Yeah, but still, how is it at that much? Because you're adding 24,000, but then that means that there's another 25,000 being added by, I guess, by everyone else. But that's still 5 times more than it was at the start of the stream. That's really high. There's only 6 people supporting it as well.
Voice. I don't know. What do you want me to say, Uzlu? You're a great entertainer. You're a really funny guy.
You don't need to lie to me.
Listen, all right? I just appreciate the things you haven't done to me yet. For you not doing them.
I'm not sure how that got so high, but chat, I like how much it bothers the women. But chat, bear in mind, you can denounce it if you don't want it to happen as much. However, what it looks like is going to happen now is, I did say that would be limited to twice per stream, which I think is reasonable. What's probably going to happen now is I'm going to have to do that one more time. Let's see where it is now. It's gone up higher, so that's fun. Do things to 8-ball has been supported. 8-ball, shall I do things to you?
Like, there's nothing stopping you. You are kind of the god of the server.
No need to inflate my ego, 8-ball. We already have plenty of 8-ball inflation.
Look, there's nothing that you can do to me that my job doesn't already do.
Well, and that's what I call depressing. Anyway, So, because JF Voice is still north of £50 equivalent, in fact, it's 10 times that. May have to readjust those metrics a bit to meet demand. I will do one last story in the JF Voice.
So, out of Oozlu question, what happens if you doing me gets high enough? What does that mean?
If what gets high enough?
You become rape ball.
Oh. Not everything on the Kabale leaderboard will be obeyed as an instruction.
Well, no, then he has to become rape ball, right?
Well, rape ball is apparently already a topic. I've checked.
Bear in mind, chat, that is also up. The User Plays idea. User Plays NV is only at 274th. Is that because everything 8-Ball supports is above it? It probably is. So. Wow.
Oh,
how could you do this?
No. Hold on. I know I'm not supporting this one.
User Plays with 8 balls. Disgusting. Bear in mind, 8-Ball, you redeemed every single coin that you were given. Are you aware that the decay rate has gone up?
I am aware of the decay rate going up, Oozlu, and that doesn't really matter.
It's percentage based, so that's going to decay quite quickly.
No. I understand that it decays quite quickly, and all I'm saying is, Oozlu, all right, I, John 8-Ball, as a funny man, both in looks and in everything else, I am not going to let that kind of thing stop me.
You know what? I want to congratulate 8-Ball. I want to congratulate 8-Ball for both understanding how the system works and for being brave enough to do such a crazy, stupid thing. I'd like to credit him with 0.31 Cabal credit. Thank you, 8-Ball.
Don't you dare! Don't you dare! Don't you dare! That, you know what? I will say it. That, you know what? All right, listen. Okay? There are many things you could do that would not hurt me because my job does way worse things. That actually would. That genuinely would. I would actually cry. And probably just go to bed.
Oh, look, there's a topic now.
8-Ball, the problem is they were trying to get me and you together as a shipping relationship, and that just doesn't work.
Born, it's a it'll be an exponential decay. So the decay is higher for the higher the number is. And that is to say, it is 20% per day, continuous. So if it were of the peak, it would be linear. But then there's odd behavior that happens then when the peak changes. So it's just of the current. It's 20% of the current amount. So really high values are brought back in line with everyone else quicker. So if you redeem, really now you should be thinking, like before when it was 5%, you could think of that as a sort of for the next week I'll be riding high. Now with redeem, it's like, for right now, you'll be riding much higher. So it's much more critical, like turning on all crits.
So as an example, about 3-ish weeks ago, I went and redeemed like 15 grand, and that only decayed fully about a couple days ago, including the bit where Oozlu had made the decay rate quite large, retroactive. Now, with my 25,000 redeem, I am already down to 24,807 influence, and it is going to go down further.
Just bear in mind that whatever you redeem, it's mostly for the next day or two. Its effectiveness is going to reduce a lot after that.
Yes. So big number, redeem, go big, slow, faster, or something, you know.
Thank you for the extreme clarity, Abel. I appreciate it.
I'm just happy to help, man. I'm glad that you and others have decided that I am sufficiently trustworthy to explain current events.
Boss is once again just typing numbers. You know what? Close enough. Welcome back, numbers. Good night, Years.
Night, yes. Pause. Please don't type numbers. I don't know if I can deal with that again.
Welcome back, Numbers. Posse, are you aware of who Numbers is? Numbers was a fun schizo in Cabal, who was around for a while but isn't anymore. Someone could make a wiki page for him, maybe. Would he be in actual lolcows? He's not there yet, but it could be done.
Wait, who's
Could be
in
done.
right now?
This is the list of actual lolcows you see before you.
Oh, damn.
See, did anyone else make an account? Yes, there is one new account. I may make you editor. And any new pages? Not in a little while. People need to be distracted onto the wiki in order for me to encourage them to do stuff. Reminding you that leaderboard needs a removal trigger. What do you mean by removal trigger? Some trimming and cleaning. What did he mean by this? Do you mean that some items on it should be removed? I don't think it's strictly necessary. Why would we need to remove items from it? I mean, think about how many items would need to be added on there before it started to affect hard drive space. Millions. The only thing is that the number that denotes the position on the board that something is, going above 1,000, shifts the formatting like over by one character, which is a bit bad, but all that means is I have to just add one more character of space, and then we've got up until 10,000. One of you is doing /support all the numbers. Bear in mind, spam rules still apply. And also bear in mind that I can tell who's typing them. 6 is already way higher because it was used to make an end tower. All the numbers, all the networks. How many of you still remember all the networks? It's been a while. Ah, fuck. I have unfortunately nicked the tower. There we go.
Does that mean that you have to remove a letter from your name?
No, it looks like it had already been nigged by the time I accidentally nigged it, so it's fine. The tower was already broken.
Uzulu needs to remove 7s from his name.
Oh, that was easy.
True.
All right. Chat, shall I do the story about a horrific murder with teenage girls in the JF voice?
I don't think there's a more appropriate voice.
Isn't that just what JF did anyway?
Yeah, well, kind of, yeah.
Well, I mean, it was with his adult retard wife, maybe. But
It was.
Like, what's the name? Chicken Man? The one who keeps bitching about his wife? Kind of like that, actually. Huh, dick emoji.
All right, chat. It's /support do murder story or /support do Mamdani story. And we'll determine it from which one is ultimately picked. Which one of you couldn't spell story? Do story murder. No one yet has typed it correctly. Okay, there's finally someone's typed it right.
Hello. I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Hello. I'm like a shitty Mr. Frog. That's, yeah.
There we go. That should show both. And so far, no one has supported the Mamdani story, and they've only supported the murder story. All right. The murder story it is. Story murder do.
Ooh, shitty 8-ball.
Literally no one wants to hear about Mamdani turning New York into a sanctuary state. Well, I mean, it kind of already is, but like publicly announcing it to an extreme to try and piss off Trump. No one wants to hear about it. All right, fair enough. Do murder Mamdani, they say. You want me to read out a story I should be treating reverently in a stupid JF voice? Is that what you want, really? Chat, press 1 for wanton irreverence.
You sound like the fucking narrator from the Stanley Parable when you say that.
Thank you. Stanley cummed his panties.
It's came. He came his panties.
Just like Ravenblade. Anyway. Hello, lady child stabbing. Slender man stabbing assailant Morgan Gasser taken into custody after fleeing group home. Police. Madison, Wisconsin, Morgan Gasser, who in 2014 stabbed a friend 19 times to appease the fictional character Slender Man, was located Sunday night after she allegedly cut off her Department of Corrections monitoring bracelet and left a Wisconsin group home where she had been a resident, authorities said. Geyser was taken into custody in Bozen, Illinois. Police confirmed to Abyss News. Before being located, Geyser was last seen in Madison around 8 p.m. on Saturday with an adult acquaintance, police said in a statement posted on social media, which included a recent surveillance image of Geyser. What we should have done, which I forgot entirely, during October 31st, was to watch movie The Frighteners, directed by Peter Jackson, and starring that guy from that other movie. This story reminds me of that. Let's skip to what actually happened. Geyser's mother, Angie Geyser, said in a statement to Abc News earlier on Sunday, "If you see Morgan, please call the police. Morgan, if you see this, we love you and just want to know you are safe." In March, Waukesha County Circuit Court Judge Michael Boren ordered that Geyser be released from the Winnebago Mental Health Institute and sent to a group home after 3 psychologists testified she was prepared for supervised release. Eyes may be directed towards their direction now. Why did you verify that? Did she offer you anything in return? I love how none of you were listening to this story you voted for.
Oh, no, that's fine. I was listening to that.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm listening. I'm just trying to figure out why Ravenblade has decided to out himself as gay.
Man, the things that I wouldn't say are very small.
Ravenblade. Okay, you know what? Hold on a second. I have some data for this. On his wiki page, he is currently in a passionate homoerotic relationship with notably big burly man Chudbo, who is another Kabbalite. This confirms Ravenblade is homosexual. Chat, are we on board?
Chad, is this true? Press 1 if it's true.
So
This is,
what you're
as
saying-
the kids would say, true Zalu.
So what you're saying is Ravenblade needs the mitigator role. Gotcha.
This has never been more true, except for 8-Ball, but he already did it voluntarily. One moment. There it is. Ravenblad, you have been marked. We are all very proud of you.
I'm not.
Anyway, back to child murder. As part of her release, Geyser was ordered to wear a monitoring bracelet. Geyser, according to police, cut off her Department of Corrections monitoring bracelet and left the group home sometime Saturday night. She did not get far, did she? Geyser's attorney, Tony Cotton, released a statement on Sunday asking Geyser to return herself in, saying it was in her best interest to do so. Geyser and another girl, Anissa Wire, were charged as adults and pleaded guilty to stabbing a classmate, Beton Leutner, 19 times in 2014, when they and the victim were 12 years old. Jesus. Both Geyser's and Wire's guilty pleas were later vacated when they were found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect. Not sure about that. Both of them were subsequently sent to psychiatric institutions. You don't fix that kind of mental illness. If you're going to vacate the guilty plea, you keep them in forever. That's how it has to be. And even then, why not put them in prison at that point? Apparently the girl never died, so it's not even murder. Just attempted murder. Oh, that's much better then. Yeah, if you're stabbing a bitch for Slender Man, it's kind of Jova. Yeah, that's a good point. Mental defect women. Quote, Beton Leutner and her family, it's female as well, interesting, are aware of the most recent situation regarding Morgan Geyser. A spokesperson for the Leutner family said in a statement to Abc News, Beton and her family are safe and are working closely with local law enforcement to ensure their continued safety. Well, this is kind of boilerplate stuff. Okay. Geyser was transferred in March from the Winnebago mental health facility to a group home despite concerns raised by prosecutors who alleged she had violent communication with a man outside the facility and had read a book in the facility with themes of sexual sadism and murder. Oh no, she is fine. She is absolutely fine. In 2014, Geyser and Wire lured their friend Beton Leutner, then 12, to the woods in the woods? Oh, these girls are taking after my style. They must have watched my video where I definitely did not murder my wife and dump her body in the woods and then deep clean my house for a YouTube video shortly after. This Geyser girl will be a knockout when she is an adult, and I can make many potatoes with her. Geyser and Wire left Leutner. Perhaps I can have a RM with the two of them. They sound like big wood appreciators who would like to free some spirits with me. If I ever need to murder them, and let's be clear, I will, then they will understand, perhaps even like it. What am I doing? Geyser and Wire left Leutner alone in the woods. Perfect tactic. Works every time. The RCMP will never catch me, he. Injured and bleeding, Leutner pulled herself to safety and was rushed to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. Amateurs, this is why you were caught. I'd like to make a brief interjection to say, holy shit, that's lucky. Very courageous and capable girl to have done that at age fucking 12, and I'm very glad she survived. 19 stab wounds, and she dragged herself to safety and survived. That's very impressive. Leutner survived the attack that captured headlines worldwide after Geyser and Wire claimed that the stabbing was intended to please Slender Man, a faceless fictional internet-based character that garnered a cult-like following. I am basically the real-life Slender Man, except worse. For 2 reasons. Which 2 reasons do you think I, Jeff, am worse than Slender Man? Ladies and gentlemen, which are the 2 reasons? I am fat and French. Otherwise, I am identical.
I'm sorry. That broke me. My apology. I had to break character for that one.
All right, I'll give you some music coin. 0.31?
No.
Gazer pleaded guilty to first-degree attempted intentional homicide and was sent to the Winnebago Health Institute in 2018. Gazer was later found not guilty by reason of mental disease or defect and was sentenced to up to 40 years in a psychiatric institution. It sounds like she got about 10. Not enough. Given she's obviously insane and obviously still insane. Or at least, psychotic. Vayer was also found not guilty by mental disease or defect after pleading guilty to a lesser charge. She was sentenced to up to 25 years in a psychiatric institution. In 2021, at the age of 19, Vayer was granted supervised release. I don't know as much about her, but if she was involved, goddamn, probably still just as bad. In an interview in 2019, Lutner said she had worked hard to heal from the attack and rebuild a normal life. She told Abc News that she was ready to reclaim her story. Whatever the fuck that means. I've come to accept all of the scars that I have, Lutner said in the exclusive interview with Abc's David Muir. It's just a part of me. I don't think much of them. They will probably go away and fade eventually. Just like this stream. Well done, chat. You made it to the end, and now the stream will go away, which is frankly what you were all here expecting and really hoping for. And I think frankly we all were. Thank you. Yeah, Ravenblade, got to commend the kid, actually. That is pretty based. Thank you for watching, chat. Hopefully you'll join me. Thank you, guys. Hopefully you'll join me in chat afterwards, where we shall hang out for a while and then perhaps watch something together. And I think that's it for updates. I've told you guys, not Pit 1, I guess fucking Yakub is playing Arc Raiders, and in Pit 2, Geode's doing Robo Wars for some reason. So we could do Pit plus 3, but that's more limited. Let's do Pit 4. We'll go in there and we'll talk about some fucking rude shit because it's Pit 4 and that's what that's for. Arc Raiders is apparently good, says Ravenblade. I've seen a video of it. Doesn't seem like my kind of game, but people are saying it's good. So yeah, hey, if you want to join in for Arc Raiders, go to Pit 1. Either way though, thank you for watching, chat. I will see you in Pit 4 right after stream. Please enjoy the outro music and good night.